I bet the sound's working now, isn't it? Bet it's working now, isn't it? I'll just sit here and wait for you guys to confirm that you can hear me. Yep. I figured. So, how's everybody doing? How we doing? Did you guys watch the Sean Ryan and that other person interview? Did you get a chance to watch any of that? I got through about an hour and 15 minutes of it. That was it. Couldn't do it anymore. It is on YouTube now. Yes, it is. I was watching it, guys, and I got to tell you, I got to be honest. I felt embarrassed. Like, I was embarrassed for Sean Ryan. And I was kind of embarrassed for Candace Owens. She couldn't paint a picture to save her life. She is terrible. Like, just off the cuff, sitting down, talking with somebody like that. Not good. Not good. I know that there's a lot of people that are sort of, I don't even know what you would call it, pushing back against Sean Ryan maybe, because he didn't really push back on Candace Owens at all. I have my criticisms of Sean Ryan, just like everybody else does. But he's never pushed back on any guest he's ever had on his show. And it sure as hell wasn't going to start with Candace Owens. Let's be real. Let's be real. Wasn't going to start with Candace Owens. I'm trying to think of like certain points that stood out. And the only thing I could think is it just wasn't good. Wasn't good at all. I don't know how people are convinced by anything she says. I don't get it. I understand why they listen to people like Baron Coleman. I get that. That dude can paint a picture. He's, whether you want to admit it or not, entertaining. He has a gift of gab. Candace? What did she say? Something along the lines of when Erica Kirk showed up or left to fly out to go meet Charlie at the hospital. She didn't bring any of her family members. She went alone, right? And then she uses this phrase. She didn't bring her A1 from day one. What the fuck was that? I've never heard that before. Is that normal? You guys, have you heard that a lot? Kind of cringe slang is that? Her A1 from day one. I might have to start using that now. I might have to start using that a little bit. Got my A1 from day one. So this X Bases is supposed to start at 5. We'll see if they keep A1 is steak. I know A1 is steak sauce. Yeah, I'm aware. Now, whether or not Candace knows that A1 is steak, I don't know. But I have never, ever heard anybody refer to like their best friend or a close friend as their A1 from day one. Cringe. I got cringe bumps right now. Just saying it. Just saying it. Say it again and I'll block you. All right. That's obscure moderator. That's my A1 from day one. What was that? What was that? So Baron put a video out, or I guess Baron covered it in a live stream. Somebody clipped it and put this out. And I kind of want to get your guys' opinion on it. So he took a segment from Frank Turek when he was on Megyn Kelly's show. And Frank Turek was sort of describing the timeline of events that day on 9/10. And she brought up the fact that he was on a FaceTime call while everything was happening. And Frank Turek told the story that he was on FaceTime. I don't remember. It was his son maybe and his daughter. And that after everything went down, he put the phone into his back pocket. And it wasn't until he got back to the hotel that he pulled it back out and realized that they were all still on the call. And that they had heard everything, right? And then sometime later, he's doing an interview and he's talking with someone during the interview. And they're trying to recall who called him first. Did Frank Turek call this guy first, or did Mikey McCoy, I believe, call him first? And Frank Turek is like, well, I didn't call you until I got to the hospital. And I want to get your guys' opinion on this, because the way that they're making it seem like the stories are inconsistent. And if you just take Frank Turek at his word, I would say that it's actually kind of possible that story is inconsistent. If Frank Turek puts his phone in his back pocket and he doesn't pull it out again until he gets to the hotel, how is he making a call to somebody while he's at the hospital? So here's my question. Is it possible that Frank Turek just misspoke? Granted, I believe this interview with Megan was on like September 19th. So it wasn't too long after everything had happened at 9/10. Is it possible that Frank Turek meant to say that he didn't take it out of his pocket until they were at the hotel, or until they were at the hospital, not at the hotel? Why is Frank under a microscope to begin with? Everybody is. They are all under a microscope. They have been under a microscope. And the reality is that people don't seem to offer any kind of grace to anybody. And what I mean by that is you're not considering that maybe Frank Turek just misspoke and said hotel but meant hospital. Is that possible? Did Frank Turek do multiple interviews and say that exact same thing each time, that he didn't take his phone out until he was at the hotel? Or was it just that one interview with Megyn Kelly 9 days after 9/10? Now, to be fair to Bear and Coleman, if I caught them doing something like that, I would probably make a video on it and say, look at this inconsistency. Here's the difference, is I would probably include what I just said, that it's possible this other thing could have happened. Now, I'm not sure if Barron did that or not. In the clip that I saw, I don't believe that he did. But at some point, guys, I feel like everybody needs to start getting a little bit more honest here. And by everybody, I mean all of the liars. all of the liars. They're going to need to start getting more honest here. Right now, I don't know if you guys recall Chris Martenson. Do you remember Chris Martenson? Especially really early on. He put out a few, I don't know, examples of shooting ballistic gel with 30-06. And very early on, he was completely against the possibility that a 30-06 could have been used. Well, it looks like Chris Martenson has done some more testing. Okay. And Baron Coleman and other people are not happy with Chris Martenson's testing. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up quick. We'll take a look at this. So here's the Chris Martenson post. Try to zoom in more. Maybe you guys can see that a little better. My team recreated the broken necklace and puffed out shirt effects 6 times out of 6 using gel block tests in a 30-06 and a necklace comparable to the one Charlie Kirk was wearing that day. The explanation is that because fluids cannot be compressed, when 2,000 plus foot-pounds of force is suddenly dumped into a fluid environment, what you see instead is violent expansion. Note the shirt gyrations in our videos match those of Charlie Kirk's. The expansion happens in thousandths of a second, while typical video is in hundredths, causing all sorts of video artifacts. Our video below was shot at 460 frames per second with strong lighting, allowing us to see things more clearly. Hope that helps. So here's the video. To me, I don't really care about the video because apparently, unlike all of these other people, I'm the only one who watched Range Day Bro's video where he shot a ballistics gel dummy, and not even with a 30-06. If I recall, I think it was a 5.56 or 2.23. But he shot a dummy who had a necklace and a shirt on, and he was able to recreate the necklace snapping and completely shooting off. So anyway, Chris puts this video out. Here's Baron's response. Cool video. Now do one where you shoot it in the neck and not the chest, as evident by what appears to be a second hole that appears in the shirt. You could have shot the actual necklace for all we know. So Chris Martinson says, we didn't hit the chain. Made sure of that. But of course, we also shot one straight through the neck, even though that's not the direction a 30-06 bullet trapped in the neck could have taken. The chain snapped in these two. The last image in the series shows this clearly. So now we find ourselves in a little bit of a scenario where the guy that everybody on that side was excited to talk about, they were excited to show his work. Well, now they're not too excited about his work. Now they're not too excited about it at all. In fact, now they have to try to refute it. This is Chris Martinson, the guy who said it's impossible that it was a 30-06. Impossible that it was a 30-06, guys. My thesis was it could not have been a 30-06 from the stated shooting position, but it could have been a 30-06 if shot from a higher and more offset set of angles, such as on the Sorensen building, where a white-clad figure was seen leaving immediately after the shot was taken. Okay. So for the longest time, Chris Martinson, there's no way it could have been a 30-06. No chance. Well, now maybe it could be. But it has to be under these specific parameters, I guess you would say. Maybe that's the right term. Maybe not. I'm kind of stupid. So how close are we, guys? How close are we to the people just finally coming out and going, you know what? It's actually possible it was a 30-06. What happens when that happens? Where do we go from there? Because we're getting close, guys. We are getting close. I never thought for a moment that we would ever see somebody like Chris Martinson utter these words. My thesis was it could not have been a 30-06, but it could have been a 30-06. Well, I don't believe, you know what? I could be wrong. I don't know if Chris Martinson ever subscribed to the theory that it was an exploding mic. I think Chris Martinson has always just subscribed to the theory that it wasn't a 30-06 because he went out and shot some ballistic gel and it didn't behave the way Charlie Kirk behaved. But oh man, is Baron Coleman and that side not happy with Chris Martinson right now? They are not happy with Chris at all. Bullet fragments. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. How close are we, guys, to them just finally going, okay, could have been a 30-06. Because it couldn't have been an exploding mic. Couldn't have been a drone. It's got to be something, right? Unless, of course, you have the theory that it was a hologram or whatever, or that it's completely faked and they just edited a bunch of different video from people's cell phones and that Charlie Kirk is still alive. Well, then, I guess those people maybe still have some type of argument. But exploding mic? No. Drone? No. It's got to be what's left. What else could it be? What else could it be, guys? If it's not an exploding mic and it's not a drone, what else could it be? Yeah, probably the gun that's in custody right now. It's crazy. I know, right? It's a crazy thought. Crazy thought that it's the gun that we had pictures of from what? The second day? I am excited, guys. I'm excited for this Spaces. I can't wait. Let me tell you why I'm most excited. I'm most excited because this is a bunch of X accounts that are going to be in here. And I'm wondering if I'm going to get to hear a theory that I haven't heard yet. That's really what I'm excited for. Andrew Wilson, I'm sure, is going to do just fine debating these guys. But what I'm most excited for is the chance that I get to hear some theory from their side that I haven't heard yet. I want to see how creative they're getting. Two goats and a dog. I want to hear answers when confronted with rational questions. Do they give answers? I feel like they just kind of answer questions with more questions. Mossad controlled ice cream trucks. Mossad controlled ice cream trucks. When is this X Space gonna start? Let me just double check and make sure that it didn't get rescheduled again or pushed off. No, I'm not seeing anything. So I'm hoping it happens. I saw Coach Collins was talking smack about Andrew. I missed that. Like recently or a little while ago? Because he was talking some smack during that whole, like that first go round that we had with me trying to get Barron's attention to get him to agree to debate. And he didn't really make a video. He just talked about it for a second in one of his live streams. But he wasn't really, I mean, he was talking smack about all debate people though. Like, debate me, bro. Don't do it, Barron. Don't do it, Barron. Bad idea, Barron. You saw it? It was yesterday? Was it on YouTube or was it like a clip on X? If it's a clip on X, hit me with that. I'll pull that up and check it out. Rom's a B fan. Big Coach Colin with that 38 IQ he has. Room to talk. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely far more intelligent people on that side of the aisle. That's for sure. That's for sure. He's sort of like a cheerleader, I think. Really, if you think about it. He's just kind of a Candace Owens, Baron Coleman cheerleader. Oh, is YouTube on his live stream? I'm not gonna dig through all that just for a like how long of a snippet is it? Colin Bearman. Did you guys catch any of Baron Coleman stuff yesterday? Probably not. I would assume you were either watching Gary or me. Baron starts his show out and he's got all of this wonderful new info that they're all feds, right? So he pulls up Graham Allen, shows Graham Allen's job. This is what Graham Allen's doing for a living. He's a fed. Then he pulls up Brandon Tatum. It's funny because I'm not even going to defend Brandon Tatum, but to me, it just seems weird that Baron Coleman, Candace's like best buddy, would be bringing up Brandon Tatum, Candace's other really best buddy, who just happens to be a Zionist, right? But it's weird that Baron would be bringing him up to criticize him and call him a fed. Like, you know him and Candace are like super close, right, Baron? You know he does all of her merch for her? Like, you're aware of that, right? Seems weird. That's how Candace treats the people that she's close to. She's just cool with this other newfound friendship podcaster, just completely bashing and ripping on somebody, according to Brandon Tatum, she considers family. And then Gary. And then he goes in on Gary again. And he calls him paralyzed testicle. Ha 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 ha. Boomer jokes. Gotta love them. Boomer jokes. My A1 from day one. 6 others listening. All right, let's hop in. I don't hear anything. Nobody's talking yet. If you guys are in there and you hear talking, let me know because I'm going to have to change something because I don't hear anything. And I'm also not sure how to make this like center screen. I know that there's a way. I just don't remember how to do it. Okay, nobody talked yet, or nobody's talking. He talked for a second. Tatum has called her out a lot more lately. Yeah, took him long enough. Don't care. He's still doing her merch. Still does her merch. Let's go to, you know what? Is Andrew live streaming this? I would assume if he's going to be in an X space, he's probably going to live stream it. Uh-oh. Seems a little strange. I feel like Andrew would have had a alive, ready to go if he was going to hop in. Duke Tomlinson. Clint Russell just posted an attack video on Andrew Wilson, another clown, saying any debate between Barron and Andrew would be unproductive. Yeah, I know. They're such a stupid. They wouldn't be productive. Fucking weak excuses these people have. Just do it. It's great. It wouldn't do any good. It wouldn't do any good. All these people that are saying it wouldn't do any good. Like, oh yeah, you're not going to watch it? You're not going to watch it? You wouldn't watch that, really? Of course you would watch it. That thing would get so many views. And productive. It would be very productive for both Barron and Andrew. Where is the X space? It is on X. I'll pull it as soon as like we get some action going on in here. I'll click over. It's on Uncle Tom. Here, I'll see if you guys can see that. It's on Uncle Tom's X. It's his X
Barron's
space.
doing a Barron is doing a live. Well, that's cool.
Yeah, imagine that. Barron doesn't want his listeners to listen to this. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. You hear that? Hear that weak excuse?
What they need to do for their job. It's a perfect alignment because Charlie and Erica trend, Candace, it's trends every day. So literally every day. I mean, maybe it's just my algorithm every day. So I think he wants in
There's
on that action. He wants in on the action. He doesn't want to talk about Iran. He doesn't want to talk about
no
other
debate
shit.
yet.
This is the move. Sounds like.
Well, I can kind of understand why he doesn't want to talk about things that are subjectively a lot more important, rather objectively a lot more important. But okay, let him do him. This is a guy who struggled opening a jar of pickles, so pretty sure stew. Maybe that should be the hook. It should be a stew Andrew pickle opening challenge. All kinds of jars. We'll do like sun-dried tomatoes, peppers, pickles. That'll get some views. I just don't think stew debates.
All right, nothing's going on in there yet. An Andrew Barron debate would be best after next week's preliminary hearing. However, that may make any debate with Andrew less likely to occur. Thanks for man, you're killing it with the super chats lately. Appreciate it. Yeah, I agree. Maybe that's what Barron's waiting for. I mean, realistically, I don't think Barron's ever going to do it. But imagine he does a debate with Andrew right now and brings all of his points, and then next week for the preliminary, we hear a bunch of stuff in court that completely refutes anything Barron. He would look really, really stupid. He would have to do a lot of work to cover that up. Muddy Waters Podcast. Aloha, miha. Dude, why are you coming in speaking a language I can't read, bro? Aloha, mi hermano, and Fook Baron. It's Hermano, right? Where's the Oh, where'd that chat go? Samantha, here we go. The problem is when the boy puts in not guilty as a plea, it's going to fire right back up. I mean, I don't know why he would plead guilty. I don't believe that they're taking the death penalty off the table. Maybe, I don't know, there's something to actually saying I did it to the world. Well, he tried to get away, which makes me think he probably wants to try to get away with it. Otherwise, he could have just stood on the roof and claimed victory and took what was coming right there. Miss Me Cat, what are these grifters going to do when Tyler is charged and sentenced to the death penalty? Make excuses? Call him an innocent man? Say it was all rigged? I'd be curious the size of the audience that they have after everything is all said and done if Tyler Robinson is convicted. I'm sure there's still going to be some, but I'm betting that the audience probably isn't going to be anywhere near as large. We're way too far to presume he won't plead guilty if they offer a deal where he's definitely not executed. He may likely take it. I agree. I just don't think that they're going to offer him a deal. I think they're that confident. Bush League's big guy. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Here's some money for wearing a normal hat. That makes me want to put on one of my stupid hats, like right now. It really makes me want to put on one of my stupid. I love my stupid hats. Those things aren't cheap either. Those are not cheap hats. Thank you for the super chat. I'm starting to wonder if Andrew is going to show up. I don't know why these what. Okay, so he's talking right now.
So,
you know what? It doesn't even matter. He's complaining like somehow like people are saying these people can't have opinions. Like who's stopping these people from having opinions? Who's stopping that? Does it look like anybody's stopping these people from having opinions? Literally nobody. Right. Literally nobody. Uh-oh. Is X goofy? Hey, is your guys' X working at all? Let me see if my app works. Can I not open a new tab while I have an X Spaces pulled up? I love how they make like, oh, no, I want to see this. I love how they make like Andrew Wilson wants to talk about Charlie Kirk conspiracies to deflect from Iran, etc. But they literally talk about Charlie Kirk theories all day, every day. Right. Right. I agree. I want to see the other cap he's talking about. I got a ton of them. Ton of them. X is fine. Okay, maybe it's just on my end here, which I don't know why everything else is working. I'm just gonna pull it up and we're just gonna listen to these guys ramble for a minute and hopefully Andrew shows up.
Glenn, welcome in. Shabbat Shalom. Welcome in.
I speak American, so Hey,
Is American a language?
I am not refreshing.
it's American.
It is now.
Yes. They officially made American its own language. We speak American.
You guys hear that? That guy was really quiet.
Potato, potato.
But I did send Andy the link again to see if he will join.
Oh, Andrew? Yeah. No, he didn't. He didn't cancel or anything. So he's pretty. He's usually pretty good about that. He'll give notice or whatever.
I'm gonna invite Retardio as a backup option. Or Matt Tardio. I always say his name wrong.
What's up with him?
I think he's just low IQ. He's got the itis. He's got some kind of itis.
Let me know if the volume is okay, guys. If not, I can turn it
You
up.
guys suck with the emotes. No emotes in this
Because
this
they're
audience.
sounding quiet in my ear.
Ridiculous.
No, the
Thanks,
audience.
Glenn.
The audience is fine. I love the audience because,
Why don't you ever have a purple pill? They can't even comment.
dude, I don't know. I don't. Oh, I think because I use the I think because I'm using the browser.
Okay.
I'm browser maxing, so I think that. But they can still comment when the post that's in the nest. They can still,
Oh, true.
or they can comment on the what's it called? The actual space if they find it. Let me post it. Just post it right now. So the space is posted, yeah. So no, Andrew knows very well this is happening, and if I were him, I'd be fashionably late also. Um, at the end of the day, we need the audience needs to give some good arguments. Uh, so a lot of people want to talk to Andrew, and someone says
It's going to be a
someone's
problem for
saying
the audience to give good
Baron's
arguments.
running late. Look, guys, no, Baron's not coming. He's not. If you're here for Baron, he's not coming. Now granted, I now let me tell you a story since we're waiting on Andrew. We'll tell you this story. We did this space before. I don't know if you guys were who was here, who wasn't. We did this space with Andrew a few days ago, whenever it was, and Baron listened to the space. I'm
Hey, just got to zoom in. I figured it
99.99%
out.
sure he listened to the space and he used the argument I made and made his entire show last night about it. If some of you may remember, I brought up, hey, when Paramount Tactical was in here, Gary Meltdown, we call him, that's how he's known in the streets. I brought up the argument, hey, there's a rumor. Is it true? I'd like to ask you a question, but is your company, LLC, paid by the DoD? And then again, for those of you who are here, his answer was really funny. It was really actually a non-answer. And that tells me, as just a normal human being, that there's an inherent bias there. And so your opinion is invalid. Now, Andrew will tell you, oh, well, that's genetic fallacy. Okay. Well, I can debunk genetic fallacy for you immediately. Uh, and I will do so. But I just wanted to tell the story about Baron.
Okay, so if some of you have never heard Uncle Tom talk before, he's he's hard to listen to. It's hard to listen to for a lot of people. Heard a lot of people complain about the sound of his voice. It's kind of got a whine to it. So just a heads up. However, I don't believe he's going to be doing much of the arguing. I think it's going to be most other people coming in doing the arguing. So there's that. No offense, Uncle Tom. If you end up watching this, no offense. It's just what a lot of people have said.
And so he dedicated his opening statement to this argument. And then he went on to proceed to uh, name all the different feds, uh, in his opinion, that are, you know, basically getting angry about people having an opinion, I guess. Allegedly, that'd be Graham Allen. Allegedly, Paramount Tactical. Uh, the usual suspects. You guys who've been following this, you guys know.
The Coolhead 27, he was never rated as anything. Back in the day, he had that show, The Crucible, still has the show, The Crucible. So he's been around for a while. No idea why he suddenly got popular. His takes are grug tier. So you think he just suddenly got popular? I mean, maybe you're seeing him more on like X timeline because of the algorithm with the Charlie Kirk conspiratard stuff. But there's a reason for that because he was so popular to begin with that he's now taking whatever it is he's taking on. So I'm not sure. I mean, maybe you didn't pay much attention to him, which is fine. But to say that he all of a sudden has now become popular, I think you're a little uninformed. I'll be nice. Bush League big guy. Thanks for the $5 donation. My wife tells me I'm too sarcastic. So here's some more for a beer on me. Appreciate that. My wife tells me I am too much of an asshole all of the time. So you're probably doing just fine. And she's probably right. Mine and yours. I just want Andrew to get in here so this guy stops talking at this point. Because I'm pretty sure I have him muted for you guys right now, but it's still playing in my ear. Nothing wrong with being a prick, bro. I agree, but there's definitely a time and a place. And I have yet to perfect that. Yeah, Brandon sucks. Yeah, Our House 24. I'm not even a big Andrew Wilson fan, but I'm ready for him to come in and tear him apart. Tatum chose his side early. He did. He chose the side of merch sales. I listened to your 8-hour live last night at work. Totally worth it. Yeah, I would. That was never intended to go for 8 hours at all. I was supposed to be doing this yesterday. And then it like 8 minutes to go, it got rescheduled. So then I was like, well, I suppose we got Gary and Real Bays starting in 2 hours. We'll just hang out and wait and cover that. I had no idea that they were going to go for 4 hours. And then when you have me pausing to, make comments or points or whatever, I ended up getting like 2 hours behind them. So it ends up being an 8-hour live stream, which it was fun. Time flies, guys, when I'm doing these live streams. It's crazy how quick time goes. I don't 8 hours. What's the longest you've gone live streaming? 8 hours. That was the longest one that I've done. So far. So far. Did Bays ever get real based? Did Bays? Dude, I like the fact that I'm just gonna say it. The fact that Baze showed up, went on Gary's live, and that they were able to have the type of conversation that they had, regardless if any of their opinions changed, like respect. Anybody who's willing to talk to somebody from the other side and have a civil discussion like that without getting all crazy and heated and like nothing but respect. I do reserve the right to change my mind on that, though. Cold-blooded Christian, say her name, Officer Tatum. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I mean, because it's Uncle Tom. I can play it if you want. They're just talking about nothing. But I can put it back on.
If I can find it. But
There's
the
just
reason
nothing
he has an
happening yet.
obligation is because if you want more information, more tips, more clues, more evidence, then you would do these kind of uh what is it? What would you call it? Like a not
Welcome, Bush League,
I
big
keep wanting to say
guy.
cross-platform, but
Thank you for the membership. I appreciate it.
you would expand. You would expand, you would speak to people with opposite opinions, you would debate them. So I don't
Okay. All right.
disagree
All
with
right. Calm down.
Barron
Calm
really
down. I
on
got it. It's
anything
playing now.
at all, except for this. You are being he has been called out by Andrew.
Yeah, and I get you want to hear all their biases, but it's only Uncle Tom talking. This dude it's like he loves the sound of his own voice.
Reason that I haven't maybe thought of, but I don't know what that could be. There may be some people who follow Andrew that will
Yes.
hear Barron
I
speak
believe
and
he's going
hear
on her
some of the
show or she's
details that
coming on,
come
or
out
they're
about the
both,
case
whatever. But
and
yes.
say, hey, wait a second, I was in Arizona at this date. I was in Scottsdale or wherever the fuck, or hey, I was actually in Egypt on vacation at this time, and I did notice something like that. If you want more tips, information, clues, now is the probability high that it will produce more tips, evidence, clues?
Because he's
Probably
willing to
not,
talk.
but that shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter. It's why not?
That's really it. The hypocrite's mirror. How is he involved in this whole thing when he only has 1,000 followers? And I'm not big on like the amount of followers. I'm just a little bit confused because he's willing to talk. Like he's willing to debate with Andrew Wilson. Him and Andrew have had 4 or 5 other debates before, at least, I think. That's why, because he's willing to debate.
Came from me. So I'm just here. I'm still updating my messages, just checking to see if I get any notifications. Still waiting.
Yeah, Mama Albert, Crucible doesn't even have this listed. It's really weird. I know. I agree. That's got me a little concerned.
If anybody in the meantime, I'm happy to open the floor too. In the meantime, if anybody disagrees with anything I've said to this point, I'm happy to have that conversation with you.
I believe he's pro Candace.
What's up,
With
bro?
Barron joining or accepting the debate or something else. Sorry,
Yeah,
I've
with
got
Barron.
family over and
Yeah, with Barron, with anybody who wants to is seeking truth. Yeah, that could be Barron. It could be Stu Peters. It could.
I agree, but the one that they just did the other day, Andrew was live streaming it. So I would think he would want to do that again. Could be wrong.
Barron thing, other than just kind of what I've been seeing. But I think there's definitely some questions, or some angles rather, that each one of those guys can press on each other and kind of get some answers out of that are, I mean, very important questions. So I think it absolutely should happen. And Barron's a lawyer. I mean, he's
He knows how to
like he
protect
should.
himself. He shouldn't be worried, right?
No, he has nothing to worry about. I mean,
Yeah.
other than the obvious, where if like he's gonna somehow feel that he's gonna be exposed in a very vulnerable way in front of a lot of people on a debate. I mean, that would be the only thing I could think of that would.
Well, maybe I do need to be more charitable because Barron did say, I'll play the audio, but Barron did say he's open to having a discussion, but not a debate because
Yeah,
it
3
would
months
be
ago.
quote a fool's errand.
3 months ago.
So he's a smart guy. I mean, he probably is right about that because it's like when you have a debate, the whole point is to have a winner and loser. So I get his point there, but who cares what it is? You sign up for a debate. If it ends up in a discussion, fine. If it ends up, no matter what, you're bringing audiences together. You're bringing citizens together, and you can maybe, in my opinion, it would be nice to have more. My goal would be to have some obscure tip or clue or other additional evidence or whatever it may be, um, you know, come forward or come out. So I don't see why you would want less people to be exposed uh, to what you have to say. That's my thing.
And when it comes to Andrew and your role, like, are you more like, what is your position in this? Are you kind of like a moderator, kind of pushing for this to happen,
No, good
or?
question. No, I'm just a concerned citizen, and I'm also a fan of Andrew for several years.
So Andrew, yeah, that he is live on Rattlesnake TV right now doing a debate, and it like just started. What's the debate on? Protestant LGBTQ in the church. What do you guys think? Should I hop over to that? So, what is Rattlesnake TV? It's Jake Rattlesnake's channel. The Hypocrite's Mirror. Is Andrew officially a part of TPUSA now? No. No, not at all. They just, however much they paid him to come out and help train their debaters a little bit. And as far as from what I know, from what I've heard. But no, he's not officially part of TPUSA. Well, I don't really care about this space without somebody like an Andrew Wilson in there, to be honest with you. So,
And
okay, Uncle Tom just said that he got confirmation that Andrew is on his way. So was this live? Was this pre-recorded? That's going on Rattlesnake TV right now?
Was literally on a super hot track.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry. Is it I didn't know this is your other account. Okay, my bad. Okay, this is Blake Bednar's, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. No, I didn't even realize it was you. You're having a hard time square. You were like, well, you think you were on track to doing something. You were literally acting like That's just not how you get answers to things. I just didn't agree with your. It's not a big deal, dude. You're fine. I'm sorry that I interrupted you
Oh, I
that
know
way.
I'm fine. It was
Okay.
I'm listening to this kind of righteous talk, and it's not what I experienced with you. So maybe
Yeah.
you had an epiphany.
What was not righteous about the space that we had?
No, I'm saying you're righteous right now. I mean, like
No.
everything
What
you're,
was?
you're saying is
That's what
on
I'm
point.
saying. What was not righteous prior, though?
Dude, you literally were shilling for Sophie and Phil.
No, I wasn't shilling for them.
What
I
were you
was.
then?
No, I
Like
wasn't shilling.
you
I heard a
basically
woman.
were the follow
Mhm.
up to after I finished asking or was cut off asking a very significant line of questions to Sophie Anderson. I
Well,
mean,
that's my point. If anything, I helped you. If you're asking a significant line of questioning, you don't want them to know it's significant. That's the whole point. They're going to put up the wall and they're going to answer in weird ways. You need to be casual. I did. It was awkward. Everybody else thought it was awkward, and I just didn't agree with it. And if I threw you off, I apologize.
no,
But now
it's
is
all
it?
good.
Hold on. But now is a great opportunity since Andrew's brought people in here. It's a great opportunity if you want. It's just up to you to actually explain about these individuals. I actually think Sophie is telling the truth, but that's just my opinion, obviously. And and I will change my opinion in the face of compelling evidence. That's actually the problem I have with a lot of people on the other side because they won't. But yeah, I would love for you to explain specifically in regard without obviously hurting yourself or incriminating yourself in any way or whatever about Phil.
Craftsman Ethos, thank you for the $10 super chat. Jake is doing a review. Andrew smoked that guy. That guy had no arguments. Okay. Appreciate the super chat.
I mean, these people, this is a different audience that you typically speak to, and that's part of my worldview is that people need to hear about the investigation. They need more. They might help you in one way or another. Like it's a small world. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, so I know Phil Lyman's story or his stories like the back of my hand, just like I know a lot of other things like the back of my hand because I've been living, breathing this since September, like a lot of people. And there are significant issues with his story, with things that are firsthand, where he's touching something firsthand or he's experiencing something firsthand that's just out of the ordinary. It's not normal. And in a nutshell, when I began to spotlight the fact
Well,
that
hold on. Who the fuck is he? This is what I'm trying to talking about.
oh,
Nobody
who is
knows who the
Phil
fuck.
Lyman?
Yeah, and nobody who knows who
Oh,
he is.
shit.
People don't
Okay.
even know. Some people don't even know where Utah even is. But go ahead.
Yeah, so Phil Lyman was a gubernatorial candidate
Who
for
cares?
Utah
This Phil
this
Lyman angle
past
is
cycle.
I don't get
He
it.
lost against the current governor, Governor Cox. This movement of Lyman and his push for politics is very fringe, in my opinion, in Utah. Like almost like groupie styled fringe following, kind of like a cult following. And it's basically all run off of chaos that the elections are always stolen, this, that, and the other. And it's never the fact that just their candidate, Phil Lyman, is not popular or wanted to be in office. But they spin it, this whole thing, that it's the elections are stolen in Utah. It's all dirty, dirty, dirty. Um, there's so much to get into that I don't even want to scratch the surface on when it comes to Utah and politics, other than the fact that it's the most shady fucking place on this planet when it comes to pretty much anything and everything. You'll start to see why it was chosen Utah for this assassination whenever you really start to understand how the game is played in Utah. So, with all that being
Artie, what's up? No, Barron didn't back out. Barron was never in this. Uncle Tom just kind of threw his name in there, but it's the Uncle Tom and the Baron Coleman Anons that are going to be debating. Do you get it? But Andrew's supposed to be in here at some point.
Some others that it's not popular to me, but they've got a lot of followers on YouTube. Basically, recounting, hammering in his firsthand experience there that day. Phil Lyman just happened to be on the same route that the alleged gunman was limping down the street. That's his family that owns pretty much that entire street right there. This is the TMZ footage. Phil Lyman parked his car right there at that residence.
Well, I don't mean anything by it. That's what Uncle Tom put in his thumbnail. You would have to ask Uncle Tom what the hell he's talking about. Just anonymous accounts that are Baron Coleman supporters, I suppose.
That's of course Phil Lyman's family footage. Phil Lyman is there all over the place on all the footage from Adam Bartholomew after the fact with his it would have been his lieutenant governor who was running with him.
Really, you like Brandon Tatum? In all fairness, I was never a big Tatum guy to begin with. So I had a little bias going into the whole thing. I didn't like dislike him. I just meh.
At the time, chaotic interviews. There were
I agree with 100%. He's the least problematic out of all of them. Well, that I will agree with for sure.
It's all fake. But the most important thing, and what I mean by fake, is that their story that they read out or that they talked or said to George Stephanopoulos, for example, on Good Morning America is fake. It did not happen. And we can absolutely show it did not happen. That their actions or what they're talking about on Good Morning America don't match whatsoever what's actually on footage by people just walking around. And so this is where it starts. You start to see that this was a psyop, that they were playing on emotions with
Wait,
people.
what would be the motive? I'm sorry, I don't want to throw you off track. What was
Sure.
it? What do you think their motive was? Is this part of the flooding the zone or something?
Flooding the zone, making them sound making it sound super chaotic. I mean, like you can't help but watch one of those interviews where their kids are like crying, talking about being separated from their family, and you be like, oh my God, this was absolutely a nightmare scenario, an absolute nightmare scenario. Like these poor kids, they had to go jump in vehicles with strangers, college kids. Then you've got this element of propping up or talking about the LDS community that came in, swooped in to rescue, and you're hearing these things like these miracles that were being.
I mean, I'll try. I don't know if you're listening or not, but it might be difficult to get a word in edgewise here.
All overly inflated, and it's absolutely unbelievable. It's like, and I mean unbelievable in the sense of not believable. Okay, because
Have you have you ruled out other, like, have you ruled out explanations or possible explanations?
every single one of them.
Making money off of Candace Owens merch, mocking Charlie Kirk is kind of despicable. It's a little despicable.
These other podcasts and shows like the BBC network did one, and she's basically talking as she's recounting this crazy just stressful time where her kids are missing. She can't find her kids and all this. And then you go and see her and find her on the live stream that was being a dude was walking around, and she's over there in the corner on her phone in a very deep conversation with someone. not I'm trying to find my kids, but like I'm conducting business, it makes no sense. And I'm talking in the same time frame that she should be worried sick trying to find her kids, being frantic as she's portraying on national TV. And it's with all of them. There were 4 sisters that were there.
45 minutes. It's going to be 45 more minutes before Andrew Wilson shows up. This
Reporters are in the parking lot. I'm talking about set pieces for Good Morning America. All of those people are related. They're sisters with their kids. And their link to Phil Lyman is one of their sisters was his lieutenant governor pick. Like she was going to be lieutenant governor if he would have beat Governor Cox. So that is that link. But the most important thing is I determined that
are you guys following any of this?
Eves, where he was right there next to Charlie. Okay, so let me back up. Phil Lyman had the best seat in the house. What's the best seat in the house? Literally to Charlie.
I'm not even listening to this, Mama Albert. Phil Lyman, what? Stupid.
Everything right there. Boom. Perfect seat inside the non-permeable zone. Okay. At the time the first speaker starts to talk at about 12:09, Phil Lyman decides to leave and walk around the perimeter of the venue or the courtyard down there and make his way to the perfect spot at the perfect time to where the alleged gunman with a rifle on the roof takes the
Righteous
shot
gemstones.
as he's walking.
Nobody has any understanding of what Blake is saying.
There was no reason whatsoever for him to leave his perfect, sweet spot to go to the very back of the venue on his first account to CNN. He tells to get pictures from the back. That's why he's back there. Well, that makes absolutely zero sense because you can't see anything at all. It's absolutely an awful shot. You can't see anything. So that story was told one time. Then he changed his story. And this is where Sophie comes in and becomes important, is because he then started to use Sophie as his alibi because he was going to meet her. That was his reasoning to go and be at the Sorensen Center, walking in those doors at that very moment. Okay? The problem is, I know that Sophie is not in the venue before the boom rings out. So all of a sudden, now we have another lie compounded with the fact that Phil Lyman and where he said he was and when he began to record.
I completely agree. Completely agree. It's going to be tough.
Who gives a shit? My point is this. He was in the double doors right there at the Sorensen Center at the very moment the boom rings out at 12:23:29. He then says he walks 4 steps in, turns around, and starts to record.
I'm developing a bit of a resentment towards Andrew Wilson right now.
Now, no, because we've got photographs from inside the building, inside the Sorensen Center, that he was not at the double doors walking in when the shot rang out, that he was actually looking out from the inside of there at the very moment it happens. And then he goes and walks towards the door to start to record. So you're like, well, okay, what does this all matter and mean? Here's the deal. Phil Lyman was pushed out to a national world audience to be the ear witness to a rifle being fired on the Losi roof when a rifle was never fired on the Losi roof. Okay?
Wait,
What the fuck did he just say?
He told me he didn't know what it was. He said he didn't know what the sound was.
No,
No,
he
he did. I'm
said
sorry. He did say it was a fire. He thinks it was a firearm, but he didn't say. I never
no.
got the impression that it was definitively a firearm.
Look out, Unc. He said a day after on Kaylee McEnany's fill-in for Jesse Waters on Jesse Waters Primetime on Fox News, September the 11th at 7 p.m. Central, Phil Lyman said,
Okay, this is nuts. Bro, coming in hot with the super chats. Is Blake accusing a politician of exploiting a distressing public event for his own benefit? How will we ever explain this? Dude, Blake is... So, Phil Lyman was the plant there to be the one who pushes the narrative that it was a gunshot, because nobody could have came to that conclusion watching all of the viral videos. You needed Phil Lyman to say it. Did Phil Lyman even say that? Who the hell's listening to Phil Lyman?
a very believable ear witness to what happened. And I can prove that matter of factly because I have students that were up on the balcony that shot TikTok videos. Both students in both their videos said
Yes.
and were pointing down to the
Praying
fountain
for Blake,
courtyard
bless his
or the
heart.
fountain area where Charlie was, that the shot came from down there. Then those same students actually popped up on Newsweek or News Nation rather a week later. Their testimony or their eyewitness account changed, and it is perfect in line with Phil Lyman's at this point that the shot came from behind them now on top of the building. So I believe Phil Lyman was leveraged as a believable popular figure.
Let's see. Uzumiki, thank you for the $5 super chat. Phil just says, pow, really loud, then screams, oh no, everyone get down. I'm so glad that he did that, because I would have never even thought it was a gunshot. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it.
What would be the motive? Maybe I missed that.
Well, the motive is if there was
Like
actually a sound.
Phil's motive. Phil's
Well,
motive.
I think Phil is absolutely involved in the coordination of, I call them Team Utah. Team Utah is the cover up and the psyop arm of this operation. And with all the people that were there with the sisters, they're all part of what was pushed out to the world with their experience. And it's all overinflated and just flat out untrue.
I get it, but human beings, we run on incentives and rewards, so that's
Sure.
why I'm asking motive. So what would be the reward?
Well, did you see all of the signs in the audience or the signs and people wearing the clothes? The Phil Lyman for governor?
Okay. No, I didn't see that, but I know you guys talk about it.
Well, yeah. So Phil Lyman was not running for any office. He had just been defeated. And all of a sudden, you have a coordinated effort from all of these people. I'm talking somewhere in the ballpark of, I don't know, 30, 35 people all showing up with their maroon Phil Lyman for governor shirts, all wearing them with people that showed up with Phil Lyman for governor, a big handheld sign. This coordinated push, it was going to be attempted to have been laid out as a re-release of a candidate that was there trying to unify a people.
Blake Bednarz is a professional filibuster. Like, somebody should hire him. This dude could just go and go and go. This is insane.
Selfie videos where he returns back to campus at 11:30 that night on the 10th to shoot a selfie that he's back on campus before he drives the 4.5 or 5 hour trip back down to Blanding, Utah, which is at the southeastern corner of Utah, where he's going to, I guess, drive all night. But he wanted to stop by and shoot this selfie video.
Well, you picked a terrible time to hop in. Blake Bednar is doing a lot of talking right now.
And so this was very, very, very politically motivated. And when you look at the undertone of everything that's happened in Utah with this push for, or not push, but the story of the transgender motivated gunman, I believe wholeheartedly that Phil Lyman and TPUSA and the other big parties involved used this as a false flag to go against, or to point the finger at, rather, Governor Cox, since he appears to be pro LGBTQ plus, and this was pointed, or they were pointing the finger at Governor Cox with his failed policies and the just overall failed state of what they think Utah has come to. And they used the Tyler Robinson, Lance Twiggs made up BS story to help prop that up. So I believe this was a false flag executed by
No, but I
people in the Phil
I
Lyman
haven't
camp
watched
and
it.
TPUSA.
Okay. I mean, I will say that it's you've done a lot of work on this. It is compelling.
I want to hop in there and be
I
like, can you repeat that, Blake?
Have you?
I'm
You've
gonna do it.
also worked a lot on the
Okay. Maybe not.
exploding mic theory.
Maybe not.
Yeah, so I'm the pendant. I believe it was in the pendant. I don't believe it was in the
Oh,
mic.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean
That's
to say
okay.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it
Um,
now matters. You know, like we're to the point now where the line has been drawn, and the exploding under the t-shirt is not good enough. It's actually, you know, we have some people that are the exploding mic, and with all the analysis and things that people I have been working with, military or ex-military and professionally, like they are absolutely convinced that it was the pendant in the necklace. And so yeah, I just wanted to correct that because it does matter at this point now that we've got fabricated photos popping up that Candace Owens is talking about. Almost,
Wow.
well, she was there for the last week. That it was every episode, which that is out of the ordinary for her, right? I mean, how many times have we seen Candace Owens stay on a central theme for longer than one episode, outside of possibly the Bridget McCrae?
Crashman von Stink Putin coming in again with another $10 super chat. Ask Blake if he's run this by Eco. What did Eco have to say? Okay. Yeah. I'll try that.
I know you have your takes and you're critical of Candace, and I don't know how you feel about Baron, but I don't have a problem. I don't really have a problem with it unless somebody were to say, including yourself, that he shouldn't be investigating. But I think that showing that you do have an individual perspective different than hers is we need more of people's perspective, true perspective, not parroting some narrative, and then especially not calling people demonic that have a different perspective. So uh it'd be hard pressed for you to convince me that she's a net negative, or that she's fabricating things or lying about things or this and that. And you may, and I'm open to you pointing out that, hey, she actually lied about this thing here. And if you have specific receipts, I'd definitely be willing to look at it. But at the end of the day,
Diligent
I
is
think her
far worse
platform
than
isn't a
Blake.
positive.
Far worse.
And she gets it, even if she just said bullshit, wouldn't matter because she gets way more tips than you, way more tips than anybody else. And that's what matters is people on the ground providing tips. And that wasn't to call you out about not getting tips. I'm just using you as an example that she just gets a shitload of tips, and I'm all for more tips, more clues, more evidence, even if it's just shit. If it were, in my worldview, come from if my significant other was a political figure, high ranking political figure, and something like this happened, and officials were telling me that, oh, we solved it, but yet random citizens were on X like this, talking about it, discussing it, sharing information, sharing flight logs, and all, I would be ecstatic. I would be so excited. I would be like, "This is amazing. Thank you guys. I appreciate it." Um, and I don't see how there's anybody can have a different perspective than that if they were in this position. Um,
Can
so,
I interrupt you right quick and just say
of
that don't you
course.
understand? Don't you see that that's actually by default or by not intending to, that they've been snitching on themselves this entire time, when literally a massive chunk of people on X are all going so hard at other angles outside of the Fed slop narrative. And literally, Erica Kirk was ready to move on and shut the book within a couple of days. Um, that should make everyone absolutely convinced that there is way more to this when it comes to the people that are close, or were close to Charlie Kirk. There's like them wanting to move on, shut the book, shut the door. I forgive him. Now let's go on and fundraise and make some money. Like, that should absolutely draw a spotlight to them, because that is not natural at all. It's not right. And what I'm meaning by this is there's actually, it points to their involvement.
Uh, yeah, fair. Do you want to respond to this commenter that said, "Dude, this guy Blake needs severe psychological help. Please stop platforming him."
Yeah, I mean that's one of her. That's one of Candace's bots. I mean, like, I mean, take a stroll down
Wait,
my
wait, wait.
page.
Why is it Candace's bot? Wait, I don't. How does? Why do you
Oh,
think it's
dude, we're
Candace?
at we're Candace. I mean, I have had an attack. I've had the mother of all attacks levied by none other than Candace Owens, and she has a bot militia, y'all. Like, I'm not shitting you. The tactic, she described it a couple of nights.
I mean, what even is the definition of bot anymore?
Describes what happens and the tactics that they deploy. But y'all, she's literally describing her own tactics that she has, because she has her own bot army, and it is designed to capture, kill the story or person. So if you have a bot militia or a bot army, and you have someone that you want to
I don't.
capture, think of it as a cell in your body, and how the same thing happens when cancer or a cancerous cell goes and attacks a healthy cell. It surrounds it, it encaptures it, it takes it over. That's the exact method that
Yep, I think that's the new definition of bot, Phil. I think that's the new definition. Person with a different opinion.
you're not getting that message, or that individual uh, person on X. The story or their message is not getting out to the masses. It gets captured and killed by.
Yeah, Blake, from everything I've heard, Blake hates Candace ever since she like kind of went against him. She's an op, she's part of the psyop. Like, no, he's not a Candace fan at all.
described it in the sense of what's happened to Megyn Kelly with this Israeli bot.
When they disagree with you.
They absolutely have the exact same thing that she was describing the Israeli bot army as having
So
and doing.
would you have preferred that Candace never did start an investigation at all?
100%. She's been the single worst thing to the people on this side of things. And what I mean by this side is I'm talking the anti-Fed slop or state slop narrative. She's been the worst thing for that because she's done nothing but gatekeep critical pieces of information by propping up also other content creators through a orchestrated echo chamber. We've got new podcasters coming out every single freaking week, and they all are echo chambered Candace Owens accounts. You will never find one account that dissents from anything Candace has to say or her messaging. That should alarm everyone. They are controlling the information space by propping up, because this is the new age of media. This is where people look at all these people on this space right now watching this and listening to this rather, and not listening to the 6 p.m. Brett Baer report on Fox News, or I mean, it's dead. That
Conspiracy
legacy
gooning.
media, even cable media news, it's dead. This is the new information spot. This is where people go to get their information, and Candace Owens has recognized that, and it should worry the shit out of everyone that she controls a massive swath of content creators. And
When
it's
did
so
you hear
easy.
about? When did you hear about her? When did you first hear about Candace Owens?
Oh, I've known like since the Kanye bullshit.
Wait, what was the bullshit with Kanye?
Oh,
Well,
no.
just all the drama.
Oh,
I
no,
mean, I don't even
no.
know. Like, I never followed her closely, but you would hear her name come up in different capacities, with even Blexit and then also with Turning Point. I mean,
Oh, no.
I had followed Turning Point, so
I don't know.
this
I think you're insulting people, honestly, just for hear me out, because she obviously has a crazy viewership, very large. And so you're basically saying those people are just kind of ignorant. And I don't think that, because
no, they
and
don't know.
it's not a sustainable argument, because then people could just say that about your fan base. And I think that you should just give her room to, and I didn't l- really, I mean, that's why I asked you how'd you know about her, or when did you hear about her. But
I disagree. Andrew is missing a lot. He is missing a lot.
for you, it just didn't, there was no, just didn't interest you. But that shit is important too. Like, that was important.
And who knows? Andrew could be an anonymous listener in here. You know what I mean? If I would be like, see what these fuckers are talking about in here. What are they saying when they don't think I'm here?
Really dislike her. You actually made the statement, thanks for answering directly, that hey, she shouldn't even have started this investigation. The problem with your logic there, though, is that she reaches large audience. Same with Joe Rogan, right? A lot of people don't like his takes and so forth, but he has interesting people come on a show.
Do you
And
think?
that matters.
Can I ask you a question? Do you believe that I have firsthand direct contact communication? I have directly worked with Candace, or do you think I'm just speculating out here off of just things that I perceive off of social media?
I think that, I mean,
Is it me, or did Blake used to talk faster? I think he might be spending too much time with Eco. I feel like he used to talk a lot faster. I could be wrong.
the conversation, and like, that was drama. That's
Would
drama,
she have done
literally
that?
drama.
Well, I mean, he's gone live now. I wouldn't. I'm hoping he gets in here really soon.
I mean, she
Are,
hasn't.
are you saying that hang on, Trillion? Are you saying that I
Jesus, dude, just stop
broadcasted?
yelling at my co-host. Trillian's my co-host. What? Go ahead, dude.
Are you saying that I broadcast her live on a stream?
Yeah, you recorded it and put it on your platform or something like that. But and I don't understand the point.
Okay,
But
what's the
no.
difference in what she
Anyways,
did?
right
What?
now,
No, 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 no,
right
no,
now
no, 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 no,
you're
no.
no,
What's
no,
the
no. Right
difference
now,
in what
hold on.
she did to
Hold-
Terrell Farnsworth by screen recording the conversation with him and recording that? What's the difference?
Because he was at the scene of a crime and she wasn't at the scene of a crime. But let's back up.
Whoa.
All I'm pointing out is like you're just kind of appealing to authority in this moment. I don't think it matters. You're saying, well, don't you think I've talked to Candace? Well, I think you're a good investigator, clearly. And you investigated stuff. She found interest in it, and then the relationship soured in one way or another. You didn't like how she was running her platform, whatever. You guys parted ways, and you don't work together in that fashion anymore. I don't think it's a bigger deal than that. And you can have your opinion. All I care about is people investigating and looking into things. You're doing that. That's fine. If you don't like her, I'm definitely love to have you on stage yelling to everybody in here saying I don't like her, and that's fine with me. That's like literally my point. Is that, well, you're saying you don't like her but what you haven't said yet is I think she shouldn't do any more investigating. All you said was I wish she didn't investigate, but you're not saying she should shut it down.
She's
If you were
actively throwing
Hold
off
on. If
the
you were to
investigation.
say she should shut it down, then I would take issue with that. And I don't think it logically doesn't make sense, because then a bunch of people could just say, well, Blake, you should shut your platform down. And then you just have everybody telling people to shut their platform down. That's stupid.
Can I ask Blake a question quick?
Of course.
Blake, when you say that Candace is actively throwing off the investigation, are you saying that just because she's not talking about the necklace at all? Or what else is she doing that makes you think she's like intentionally causing issues with the investigation? I'm just curious.
The photographs of inside the SUV, the platforming of the exploding mic and the shards, the manner in which she laid out and began to prosecute that claim or that angle absolutely flies in the face of everything sincere that an investigator would do. She's gate kept and she's intentionally held off on things to at the perfect or whatever she deems would be the perfect time to release it, has done so. And everything is now coming to a head right now with this new individual, Michael, who was thrust out of nowhere, attempting to clean up the mess that she and Barron have created
Michael?
for themselves on the SUV pictures. Everything points to a collusion of disinformation that absolutely is intended to throw off the investigation.
Wait,
Point blank.
so you think Barron fucked up too? What the fuck?
He's had it, bro. He's had these people have had the photos.
So yeah, but so what? Baron already went on live and told you like they could, like, Candace can release shit whenever she wants. She also said, in which, okay,
Do you see the
you're
danger in this? I mean,
no,
I
I
really
don't. No,
hope
no,
that
no,
you
no, no.
can.
No. Here's the thing. Because maybe you don't see this side of it, and if you do, I would like to hear what you have to say. Just in like in any investigation, you cannot play all of your cards. So how would you? So she has even though you don't agree with it, she has plausible deniability that she's not playing all her cards, and there's literally not, and you can't make an argument
Oh,
that
yes, I
defeats
can.
that. How?
What changed? What happened over the last month? Let's just go last month.
I'm right there with you, Dirt Bike.
fact that she has plausible
Can I
deniability
finish?
during an investigation to withhold some cards to let others show their cards first.
What cards were
Please.
shown for them to show first then? What dropped that greenlit her to finally show her cards? That's
Well,
my point. You just
no,
proved
Baron.
that
No, I
there's
didn't.
nothing that's happened in
No,
order for them to sit
literally,
on stuff.
Baron collaborated with her and said, "Hey, I think you should show this card," and so she
They've
showed a
had the
card.
photos since September.
No,
What
yes.
changed? What happened in June? What happened on June 26th, 2025? What happened in the case that finally pushed them over the edge to release the photos? What happened?
Well, one, I mean,
No, I just wanted to turn up the volume in the X spaces a little bit. That's all.
let me see if any of these photos are ever going to be released. That's what I would do, and I would wait. I would continue to wait because there is no point. If I'm the one doing the investigation, I'm not necessarily relying on other people to do it for me. So I will let other people do whatever they want, and I'm gonna hang on to these cards and see what happens. Right.
Okay,
And it's
so
not to say, so you're saying she just didn't do it your way, or you're saying that she's not
no,
perfect, but she's not. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say
every
she's
single
perfect.
Asking a question that I know is going to fuel conflict makes me pro Candace.
that they don't want to
No,
show
no.
their
I think
cards. The
everybody.
fact
I
that
think
you just said
everybody in
that
this. Yeah. Okay.
no,
Well,
you just
is there
said that they
anybody
didn't want to
else?
show their cards.
Actually,
Well,
There's
go
been
ahead.
no
let me chime
cards
in here.
shown.
Let me chime in here, Tom. If I'm looking at this, if this is like a alternate theory, and I'm Tyler Robinson, and you are sitting on evidence that could set me free, I'm gonna be mad at you, like real talk. But at the same time, we don't know whether or not this proves anything. There could be plenty of reasons why broken glass could be in the vehicle.
This dude's super quiet.
Is there a report of anybody breaking the glass in the vehicle to get into the vehicle?
No.
You know, um,
Can
you
you
have
make
to.
an argument why for 10 months she sat on it? Her and Baron?
I'm not saying it's a good idea that she did sit on it. I'm saying that if I was Tyler Robinson or somebody locked up, where this could be evidence that would exclude my, you know,
CJ, 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, CJ. You the man. You are the man.
that would be my argument why it would think that if they have this evidence, it would be better released sooner rather than later, because then you would not be chasing the wrong person. You actually might be able to find evidence that would lead to another clue that may lead to someone else, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm not. And sorry to interrupt you, Glenn. I'm not here to say Candace is a better investigator than Blake or anybody else. I'm just Blake, you may be a better investigator. Let's just say hypothetically. The point is she's got a bigger platform, and that Candace at moretips.com, that matters a great deal. I think what ultimately matters is, does she want to figure out what happened to Charlie? And you haven't provided me compelling information that says she doesn't. Um, so as long as we can get to the bottom of that, she has her way of doing it. And again, if you had a platform as large as hers, and your investigative work was better, then people would be, following you. I mean, people gravitated towards Baron.
No, because I've had a bot army attack me. I've been
Dude, no excuses, bro. Build your platform. I'm adding to your platform now. So if people in here follow Blake, if you like his investigative work, I mean, the bot army thing, I get it. It's not that it's fake. I'm not saying it's fake or not real, but imagine what Candace has gone through. Like, I can't even imagine publicly saying some of the things she said. Like, she's definitely on hit lists. She's definitely could be debanked at any time. She's definitely had her platform taken from her. She's definitely living life on hard mode. So no one can dispute that. Um, so she worked for everything and this all happened because she said Christ is king. I mean, she said Christ is king, and then her world got turned upside down. It's kind of effed up. But um, sorry, Bronson. I don't know if you had anything else, but
Yeah,
uh,
actually, I did. Blake, why do you suppose that Candace waited this long to talk about the exploding mic theory, I guess? Considering, according to you and the conversations that you showed you had with her pretty early on in September, she was already kind of that opinion, right? So, in your opinion, why did she wait this long to finally start talking about it?
I go back and forth between a grift of biblical scale where I don't know what she pulls in each episode. From a business perspective, why would you want to go out and solve the case within the first 4 weeks if you could drag it out to the first 14, 18, 24 months and make a shitload of money in the
yeah,
process of doing so?
that's already I already debunked that.
Okay,
She can
great. Let me
be she
finish.
can
Let me finish my
literally
point.
it's not worth it. She can literally be unalived at any time. She can be unalived by
Are you saying
saying
that
some
Candace Owens was more popular with Bridget McCrone than she has been or turned
doesn't
into with Charlie
matter
Kirk?
like okay. Well, let me slow down and not
You're
get
showing your
frustrated.
cards really.
Dude, I don't know. I'm just I'm purposefully
I
showing
know
my
it's
cards. Here's my
yeah,
card. Here's my cards.
yeah,
She
we know.
literally can be unalived and debanked. Like, who would choose like more money over being unalive? That
Well,
doesn't make
I
any
can appreciate
sense.
like, hey, the fact is I can appreciate the fact that you're a consistent shill across the board. So it's not just with Sophie. So thank you for that. Back to your
Okay.
question, Bronson.
What?
No, I mean you're consistent.
You
Thank you for
didn't
that.
defeat the argument. Okay, that's fine. Call me
You cut
names,
me off.
but
You didn't let me finish.
okay,
I mean,
but
I was sitting
defeat
there,
the
I was
argument.
midstream, dude, and you cut my stream off. Like I hate. I mean, it hurts when I do that. Okay, let me
Oh,
Just so you
finish
guys know,
Jesus.
peeing.
Your
Andrew's about to
stream
throw up
hurts. I
right
think
now.
that's gonorrhea, buddy.
Andrew's about to
Okay,
throw up.
You might want to
so
get that chick checked out.
all right, I'll write that down. Okay, Bronson, back to your question. It's either monetary or it's this. They literally had to wait and let things play out and develop when it came to the actual story that was going to unfold. And I believe the exploding mic was in the cards the entire time, but they had to wait for the proper time within this process to release it. And why I say that is because I believe they planned for the exploding mic back on September the 16th and 17th when they had people, their local on the ground Utahns, plant the black plastic.
Yeah, I don't think Blake's opinion is entirely wrong. It's all he comes to the same conclusion for a different reason, but it's the same conclusion. It's a grift.
So this was all in the cards the entire time. And it's been a slow roll just to kind of see how things are. And I believe that when it came to the month of May and June, they were probably starting to lose control of the narrative, right? Or
Okay,
just
well, I'm
the
sorry. I got to
people's
interrupt you, bro.
contentness.
I don't I don't know if Blake is grifting. He's not like he's not really pulling in much money, I don't think. And I think he really believes the shit he's saying. So I don't know if I would call that a grift.
Censor people. I'm not for that. I just want to say a couple of things, but the first
Tom, can
thing
I
I'll
ask a
say,
couple questions after you?
yeah, of course. First thing I'll say is everybody heard that you did not defeat what my argument. My argument is that in no
I think so
world
too.
is it better to get more money and subscribers when the risk is being unalived and debanked. That literally makes no sense. So you're kind of rambling on about,
Actually, Tom,
and you're
I'll push back on that because
I'm
depending on the
good, Glenn. I
individual,
want someone to,
I
because
will.
Blake
Here's the
sure
push
isn't.
nugget.
Now, the
Depending
other
on
thing I'll say, is that some people, Andrew is, I think,
he's about to
about,
invade right now.
yeah, he's about to invade 10 minutes away. Those who are requesting, check in the nest. It's above all the PFPs at the top. Check there. Do the best you can. Head over to the YouTube, and we're monitoring that
Yeah,
for.
I'm on my channel too right now, live.
Yeah, no, but I'm monitoring who's commenting in on my YouTube. So you're gonna
Yeah.
get a mic as a priority, but not necessarily a requirement. But it is that is a priority there. Now, the other thing Glenn, you were gonna push back. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, because you're saying that no way in hell would anybody risk their life for money. Cops risk their life for money every day. Military risk their life for money every day. Drug dealers risk their life for money every day. So people have no problem putting their life at risk if they think that it's going to net them a financial
But
gain.
they're making money. They're not. You're right about that. People do
But
risk their lives.
it's
I
not.
stand corrected on that. That is a good point. But they, but like they're not being debanked. So, you know,
Well, drug dealers are
yeah,
being debanked.
they're signing up for that job. But when you sign up for a job as a podcaster, you're not signing up to risk your
There-
life, and you're not signing up
Well, I mean,
to
I think
be.
anybody that goes in the public eye, you're putting yourself on the platform, you're putting yourself out there. You do understand that you're putting yourself at risk, and that, unfortunately, to the extreme, is up to your life. So
But here's the thing. You are correct on those who sign up to risk their life. Podcasters are not signing up to risk their life. They're signing up to make money.
Mm.
But
yeah,
when
and
they
so
sign
and
up
then,
you can't interrupt me, Glenn.
well, you can.
When they sign up to make money, they're not signing up to then lose the money by being debanked. Okay, go.
Well, I'm saying like Candace is signing up to do it for money. That's what she's doing podcasting about, and she's breaking
Yes,
great
not to
stories.
die.
Not to die, but she's also doing it to make money. So if it comes at the risk, like, hey, if I do this, I want to make money. I didn't sign up for the risk part, but I want to do it for the reward part. Well, you have to take both with the good and the bad, right? To take the risk and
Yeah,
the
that's why I'm
reward
not just
when you're
jumping
weighing
in.
the
These
options.
guys
Or you say,
they
I'm
get
not going to
really
do this
touchy.
because I don't think the risk is worth the reward.
I get it. You got to see you're not seeing my point. If you sign up as a police officer, you're risking your life. You signed up for that. But when you get home at night after work, when you swipe your credit card, it's going to work. Every job you listed, your credit card's going to work. So nobody's signing up for anything that when they get home, their credit card, the money they earn, their card will not work. Being debanked, like Kanye, for example. Kanye is an example. Nick Fuentes is an example. These people did not sign up for that. They signed up to use their voice, build a platform, and live a good life and whatever.
Okay,
They did
where
not.
has Candace been debanked, or like where is this originating from, even to become a main focal point of your argument?
I can tell you. It came from 2020 when Kanye was debanked, when Nick Fuentes was debanked. She was in a little window there, a pocket but when she got removed from Daily Wire, the debanking and all that stuff calmed down, but it's not out of the question.
What does that have to do with what's going on right now?
What do you mean? Okay, what does being critical of Israel have to do with being debanked? Is that your question, really, Blake? Is that your question?
Has she
My
been
question.
debanked in the
I didn't
last
think,
6 years?
bro. It's definitely a possibility. Who cares?
You're just It's
It's a possible.
hysterics.
So
It's
It's not.
crying wolf,
It's
bro.
not, bro.
Let me
It's
ask
not.
you
It's
this.
it's
Let me
happened.
ask this.
I mean,
Tom,
so
could
okay,
you
so when
could you
you're on
receive
your
the debate?
platform, you're saying you have no. What do you have any concerns whatsoever? Do you
Fuck
protect
no.
yourself in any way?
Yeah.
You do.
Hell yeah.
Why?
But am
Why
I
do
like?
why
Am I
why
like?
why
Huh?
why do you protect yourself?
I live in Texas. I can.
No. I know you're for 2A. I get that. That's fine. But why do you protect yourself over the words that you say on your platform if you're critical? Have you ever been critical of our greatest ally?
I'm sure I have at some point. Yeah. But like, am I gonna make it like
holy crap.
this focal point, like what you've made it be, Candace, that like she's afraid for her life and she's afraid of being debanked? I mean, like, no, I don't believe in that one bit. I think it's all hysterics.
Well, now here's the thing. I don't think she's scared. I'm not saying she's scared. People are scared for her. I'm not making the claim she's scared. I'm just saying that this is an incredible risk that she's
Don't-
taking. And
yes,
she's got 5
don't get
children to
vaccinated,
think
people.
about, or
Don't
4
do it. It's
children
not
and one
worth
on the
it.
way. So I don't know. I think it's pretty. I don't think just the money. First of all, she had money. So my arguments defeats yours anyway. She's always had money. So you're
That
just
doesn't mean
saying.
that she doesn't want more money.
I no, it
The
doesn't.
sto-
But I
the-
mean,
The story,
she.
I mean, like this, the coverage has granted her a lot of money, right? So to say that she's not doing this also for money would be that'd be
No,
asinine, right?
no. I think that saying that you're basically trying to convince the audience that she doesn't care about Charlie. Is that what
No,
your
no, no.
point
I'm
is?
saying that she's not also money motivated
No,
in
but
this.
what would be the point that I know I interrupted you. I'm sorry. What would be the
Look,
point? She doesn't care about Charlie?
no. The two things could be true at the same time. She could care about finding out what happened to Charlie Kirk, but also care about making money off of this as
Okay.
well.
Well then it's not bad faith. It's not grifting. If she cares about Charlie and she wants to get to the truth, then that's what matters. She can make why do we have a problem with her making money? Fuck, like who gives a
I
fuck?
don't have a problem making money, but when you brought up the bank thing, that's what I was just trying to say. It's just like
No, I know. You were helping out Blake because he needs a lot of help with his arguments.
I was just pointing out people could do it, but people put themselves in risky situations for money all the time. Um, you know,
Yes,
and that's
for
what
it
I'm
to
trying.
get there, to be able to use that money, you can't use said money if you're debanked.
But can't anybody get debanked? Can't you technically get debanked for saying anything negative about
Absolutely,
the Jews?
absolutely. That's
Well,
This
why I'm
is fear
here.
mongering. This is
That's
fear
why I'm
mongering
here.
at its
Oh
best.
my God, was it fear mongering during COVID? Talking about the vaccine getting was that fear mongering?
Hey, Uncle Tom, I would like to invite you to 2026. Would you like to join us? Can we
Oh,
join in
that's just in the rear view mirror. Okay, your booster shots and the fucking 10 booster shots in the ass is in the rear view mirror. Okay, good. Good
Dude,
for
I'm
you,
a
buddy. Not,
pureblood. I'm a pureblood, loud and proud. But I'm telling you right
Wait a
now,
minute.
like it's 2026. We got to move on.
Were people getting booster shots in the ass?
well,
Like
maybe it was for that
I never got
gonorrhea.
any of them.
It's
I
for
didn't get
Blake's
no
gonorrhea
shots,
because he
but
said his stream
Dude,
hurts.
when you have a strong stream, it hurts to cut it off midstream, which is what you did.
He doubles down. I get it, buddy. I like the passion. I understand the
you know, when
passion.
I'm taking a piss and have a strong stream, I can't pinch it off either. So
It's really hard, dude. I mean, thank you. I mean, I'm beginning to think like it's just a constant antagonistic approach. But yeah, thank you for backing me up on that.
I'm not even sure what the
when you gotta
argument
go,
was
you gotta
here.
go. You
What was the argument?
Fair. Well,
So Andrew should be here
what?
shortly,
Go
guys.
ahead. What'd you say?
Andrew should be here shortly. Do we have people in line that you want like to be called upon, or are we just gonna just
Yeah,
have this
they're going over to the YouTube and they're commenting. I'm giving those people the priority, and also, uh, my friend, of course, my friend. You were in here the other night. I will give those a priority also who were here last time, and my friend was here last time. So what's up, my friend?
Hey, I just want to remind you, she actually was afraid for her children, which is why she left for a bit. So no one in their right mind would think that a mother wouldn't do that and do exactly as she did to keep her children safe. Let's just face the facts. I think over and above all, I think that's, and she even had stated when she came back. So absolutely what you said, Uncle Tom, and it just extended to her kids. They were threatened, and so coincidentally, that's why she had to take off. I am not a Candace fan, but I'm just stating the facts. And then the other thing was what
You okay?
changed. Well, now Erica is actually striking out at them. So now is releasing. She wasn't releasing things for a while because the FBI was due to release those things and they didn't. So that's what changed. So I'm not sure. I think Blake is a little young. He'll get it eventually, but I do believe you're right on that. Thanks.
Wait,
I'll end it.
wait. Who was Candace afraid of?
The people that were threatening her kids and telling her to
What
back
people were
off.
threatening her kids?
She's released that. You can go and get it yourself. I'm not
She's
gonna.
she's
That's funny.
released. What did she release?
It's not funny. It's actually terrible. I mean, which
For someone that knows a shitload, you certainly have forgotten an important part when he's asking who actually threatened the kids, and you
Oh
can't
my
come up with
god,
it.
dude, I'm getting tired of this. Stop crashing out. Seriously, Andrew's coming in here. The purpose of the space, just so you know, Blake, you do have a
Sorry, I'm
mic.
just a youngster. It's my immaturity.
it is.
um,
And
I'm playing
I
what
just
chess.
point
sent
You're
was
Andrew the
playing
this when
link.
she
checkers. Let's
did that?
face
Was
it.
that
Andrew just
was that
texted
when
me.
she left her
He
show,
sent me
but then
the.
she
I
was
sent
seen
him the
at
link.
Dollywood?
wait,
Andrew's
wait,
coming in right
everybody's
now.
Is
gotta
that
be
when she
quiet.
was
I'm trying to
afraid?
listen to my co-host.
I just texted Andrew. Andrew asked me to send him the link. I just DM'd him the link. He'll be here shortly.
All right, all right. So yeah, I mean, I think that like anybody who doesn't think that Candace gets threats is, but it's a non-starter for me. I wouldn't even. It's just stupid.
There's a difference between somebody receiving threats and somebody receiving credible threats that actually make them afraid. Would you agree with that?
When it's your kids, you're just gonna say, "Oh, I don't think this threat is credible."
Well,
Yeah,
who was it
no,
from? Was it some random person on X? Well, I don't. What was the threat? Can you tell? Like,
no.
what
It
was
was
the threat?
No, dude, I
literally
already
when
said it's a non-starter. If you think Candace doesn't get threats, you're insane.
And what?
Well,
When was
Andrew's here,
this?
you guys. So
Was
be
this
ready
when the
for
first
Andrew.
time where she needed to take time off from her show and then she was seen at Dollywood?
Guys, the FBI has been involved with her
exactly my
threats. Like
point.
this is I don't know why we're even talking about this. Dumb.
The FBI has been
Yeah, so
involved with
the F she
Candace's
had to go to the
threats?
FBI. So
Yeah.
yeah, if you don't know that story, I
No, no,
don't.
no. They
Why?
got a
I know
threat.
that
They
Candace
went to
said that she
Candace and they
contacted the
refused to no,
FBI.
listen. The FBI told her that there was a threat, a credible threat on her life, and she asked who, and they refused to tell her, and then it started off this whole thing. Yeah,
You believe
this
that,
is a
Trillion?
silly. Yeah, of
Can
course I
you show me
believe
the
it.
evidence of that? That's credible. That's a credible
You can
statement
What do you
look
made
mean
by
the
it up.
Candace
evidence? It
Owens
was all over
It's in the
TV. Oh
yeah,
my
like
God.
Well,
I don't
during
know
this
why.
Charlie Kirk
Why do you guys
stuff,
have
or the
such a
one
hard
prior
time
to
attaching
way
this?
back when? Like, how long ago
Someone
was it? A
showed up.
year ago or 2 years ago
hey,
or something?
Bronson, I already said like I appreciate you.
See, I told you there was a reason I wasn't hopping in. Is because they're gonna just mute me. See, it's just asking questions, and they weren't giving me the answers to it.
That's cool. I would do the same thing if I were you. I'll be honest. But yeah, housekeeping is what evidence do you have
No, he just muted
that
me.
uh, the Charlie Kirk event was a conspiracy? So, Blake, start with you, buddy.
Oh, we're doing this. What evidence do I have that it's a conspiracy?
Yeah.
Read the charging document and the indictment, and every single bit of that is the smoking gun proof that this is a conspiracy. Because it all does not make sense. It all can be easily proven to be false, and it will be. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it.
That your question to Andrew. Your question to Andrew is, you believe
No, Andrew heard him. Glenn,
I was just
hold
trying to
on, bro.
clarify.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
so
clarify.
hey, how you doing, by the way, man?
Craftsman Ethos. Hell yeah, bro. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. It wasn't even pushback. I was just asking questions and looking for clarification on what the hell they were talking about.
So let's just take the timeline, the text messages, the identifying factor of the parents on Tyler, the way that the event rolled out.
Well, maybe we can do kind of one of these at a time.
Sure.
Yeah, so in the charging document specifically, what do you want me to pull up
Andrew
that you
sounds
think
really
is
quiet.
giving you credibility towards a conspiracy?
Okay, hang on
Andrew,
one
is it
second.
possible for you to turn up your mic a little bit?
Audrey Unfiltered. Thank you for the $2 super chat. She took them into a war zone. Fair. Took them all the way over to big, bad, scary Russia with a war going on, but oh.
1 second here.
You sound much better already.
All right, good.
Okay, so to start with the shooting, page 4.
I know this is going to sound really stupid, but because I'm on YouTube right now, can you actually avoid saying, I know how stupid that sounds, but like the unaliving maybe?
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not beating you up about it. I'm just telling you, like, I'm at the mercy of the stupid TOS. So.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so on page 4.
Is this in the indictment itself, by the way?
He's so quiet. This sucks.
I believe so. I think I'm on the charging document. No, I'm on the indictment. Sorry, hang on. Let me go to the. Hang on just a second.
So this would be the suspect position is adjacent to an open, publicly accessible walkway to access the suspected location. Is that what we're on?
No, I think I'm on the other one where it's Turning Point USA, nonprofit organization founded in 2012. Charlie Kirk.
What page is that on? And
on
again,
4.
Is this the Tyler Robinson indictment or is
Yes.
it something else? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm on page 4 here. I'm not actually seeing anything on Turning Point. So maybe I have the wrong document. Let me see. Yeah, I didn't actually find anything in a search that says TPUSA either.
Blake,
or Turning Point.
Could you send me the link to what you have and I can send it to Andrew?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, just a second.
Then we can get on the same page here.
All right, I'll send it to you, Andrew, as soon as I get it.
Sure, no problem.
Got a lot going on today, Andrew.
I always do every day, bro. Every day. It sure would be nice to get like a day off, but I haven't had one of those in a long time. Even when I'm not streaming, I'm working.
That happens to me all the time, Jared. All the time.
Complaining. I don't think anybody would care, and I don't really blame them for not caring. So.
Yeah, so this is wait, did Blake drop? The fuck? All right, in the meantime, my friend, you had your hand up. I don't see Blake anymore. I'm sure he'll come back. We'll get him back up here.
Oh, that's probably a little too far back.
I had my hand up to address the afraid situation with you. Do you want me to address the blood situation from yesterday?
No,
that we were talking about?
not yet, because Blake did grab a mic, so
I wasn't
he
going
came
to
back.
unless I wasn't going to unless you gave me the okay on that. You weren't sure yet.
I
So
think
if you
Trillion was gonna let you know on that.
Perfect. No
Go-
worries.
Did this document transfer happen yet,
No, not
Glenn?
yet. Blake, I'm waiting on Blake to send it to me.
Yeah, so I have it in my photo album. Like I have it screenshotted in my photo album. So I'm just gonna send it one. Like I'm gonna shoot it to
You
you right
send them
now.
one. Yeah, send them one by one. It's fine.
Yeah, just a second.
I don't know if I find that necessarily concerning early on because they might have assumed that she was being good faith. You know what I mean?
Drew, actually I see your message here. So sorry, but I didn't get back to you on that. So do you think that talking about or disputing the
Oh, damn. Tremmy. What's up, Tremmy? I see you. Tremmy, this is my guy, man. It's one of my gamer buddies, which I haven't played with in months.
if you saw that was an initiative happening, you would speak against it?
Well, the problem when you guys say things like this is you don't give me much context. You just say, if it was the case that somebody's just speaking out about something, and somebody else is saying that that's terrorism, would you oppose it? In theory, sure. But absent context, I'm not sure. So what's the context you're talking about?
It was it was something for I'll try to look it up. I was earlier, but I couldn't find it. But it's something from the White House, some initiative. It
Smokey, what's
wasn't
up?
only challenging the official narrative on Charlie Kirk. I think it was also challenging the official narrative on Butler. And speaking against data centers. Is any of that? Would you consider any of that terrorism? Speaking
Say that
against
again. I'm sorry. There's a guy
speaking
right
against.
next to my head with a fucking leaf blower right now. So they
Yeah.
happen to choose right this second to blow the leaves.
The audio on this is going to suck, guys, because Andrew is so quiet. So for him to be loud enough, everybody else is going to be super loud.
So, yeah, I'm saying that there's this document. If somebody can send it to me if they have it readily available. But that from the White House, there's an initiative that if you speak against the official narrative of Butler, against data centers, that it could be classified as terrorism. And so I'll have to find you the document. I just wanted to get a real quick take from you. Blake might be ready. I don't know if you guys, Glenn, did those documents get transferred? Those
I'm still
screenshots?
waiting. Still waiting
Okay.
on mine.
Back at you, bro. Back
Maybe,
at you,
maybe I
Smokey.
have them. Hang on.
We'll talk soon, dude. We'll talk soon.
I'm not sure. I'm just trying to find anything that way I know that me and him are on the same page. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Whatever
needs-
you
Yeah,
have.
and
Andrew
Glenn
needs some
doesn't have.
coffee
I
or
can't send
something.
pictures to him. I can only send text. So I'm actually putting them. I'm about to. You're going to see them in the nest momentarily.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because this is the Tyler Robinson indictment is what we're specifically looking at, right?
Dude, talk into your mic,
Yes.
Andrew. Why is he so
Okay,
quiet?
because I'm on page 4. I'm on the.
And you don't see a bold
This is-
section that
well,
says
let's
the
just
shooting.
hang on. Let's make sure that we got this right. Okay. In the 4th Judicial District Court, Utah County, State of Utah, or are we looking at something else?
Hang on. Where did that go? Yes, that's it. In the 4th
Okay.
Judicial Court, page 4. You don't see Turning Point USA.
So page 4 for me starts with the suspected position is adjacent to an open, publicly accessible walkway. Is that the page you're looking at?
Let me go back to my photo album. Boom.
Okay. Yeah, I see where you're at. Turning Point USA, a nonprofit organization founded in 2012 by Charlie Kirk. Is that where we're starting?
Yeah, that was where I was going to go first. So, like,
Okay.
do we have the same document?
We clearly do if it starts with Turning Point USA, a nonprofit organization.
Smokey, appreciate you,
2012.
Doc.
Is that what
Yes.
it starts with? Okay,
Yes.
great. All right. I got my notepad here, so we'll go through this here. All right. I'm with you.
Okay. So basically, what we see on camera is not a rifle round
I
being
could.
shot to an individual's neck.
Okay, but what about the document here? Are you saying is giving you evidence of a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk?
What about the document? Okay, well, because it's all what didn't happen.
Okay, but which you gotta give me something here, man. Like what specifically are we talking about here that you're saying didn't happen?
Okay, hang on one second. I'm gonna move to my office. Give me 1 second.
No
I'm in the
problem.
garage. We're going to the office. Hang on just a second.
Okay.
Uncle Tom, go to a different one and I'll jump right back in.
Hey, Glenn, good to see you. So, what evidence do you have that Charlie Kirk, there was a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk? Oh shit, I can't say the K word, can I? Unalive Charlie
Yeah,
Kirk.
unalive. Isn't that stupid? I
It's-
hate it as much as you do.
No,
I
it's
hate
cool.
it.
It's cool.
I hate it as much as you do, but it is what it is.
We have to logically frame this, so that's what I'm really up here for. So we know this binary, something happened, so it's on or off. Was there a conspiracy? Wasn't there a conspiracy? Was it Tyler Robertson? That's a yes or no question, right? But when like assessing a chance versus probability, we have to look into what we know and who we can trust. So there's an absolute answer, and my position is I don't know that we're ever going to get to that answer. So I want to ask Andrew a couple questions that might kind of coincide. And first of all, I do want to say that any like disparaging of Erica Kirk, I think is kind of jumping the shark that we should be extremely reserved on, because if someone's grieving, you should show them the utmost respect. I just want to ask Andrew a couple of questions. So the moon
Yeah,
landing,
that
yeah,
seems reasonable to me.
yeah,
That until the facts are in order, the idea that we're going to try to pin the murder of a husband on the wife, we better be damn sure.
1,000%,
Yeah.
1,000%. So I've
Okay,
always
so
steered away from that.
that
Yeah.
seems reasonable and rational to me. All right, go ahead. What are your questions here, man?
My question is the moon landing. So we know we either landed on the moon or we didn't, and then we're going to assess probability. Would you assess a probability of 100% that we landed on the moon?
Which time?
With Neil Armstrong and when they called Nixon.
For the first time?
Yeah.
No, I think that you can make some compelling evidences that you didn't land on the moon the first time, yeah.
But you got to remember that's binary, so that's either yes or no. But we're still assessing probability. So I think that's what we're saying here. Yeah.
Yeah, it is true that. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying here. If the
Tremy,
idea
appreciate
is,
it, bro.
all propositions are going to be true or false. The proposition, did we land on the moon or not, is going to be we either did or we did not, right? Then you're going off of what you think are probabilities
message?
for if we did or did not.
And the third probability
Is
is
that what you're?
I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say the second message.
to like throughout life. Most people don't understand two things can be true, or let alone multiple things can be true. And in this sense, I can kind of resign to the fact that I'll never know the correct answer. So I'll never know that binary 100% correct answer.
Well, hang on. Now you're at the mercy of your own logic, though. So if it's the case, it's a binary and it's either true or false, and you're just basing it on the probabilities of the knowledge of true or false, then you can't actually say that you're not going to know the answer. That would be a false statement, right?
No. There's a third. So there's a third logical position you can make, and that position is I'm just never going to know whether or not what the truth is.
Yeah, right. But based on the first position, moving over to your third position, if everything's based on probability and you're just looking at probability being low, small or big, 5% probability that you're never going to know versus 95% that you will, then by your own logic, that would mean that the proposition is still binary and that you still could know.
Exactly. But my question, kind of I'm pondering, is: are we ever going to get an absolute answer? Because I see people taking like either a position like it's either a one thing or the other, when a lot of times two things can be true. So I'm trying to assess whether or not you think in absolute terms. Do you just think in 51%? I'm looking at this and by the preponderance of evidence, I think that Tyler Robertson, or do you think in absolute terms that Tyler Robertson is the guilty?
Well, I mean, I'm willing to change my mind, so I guess that would mean that there's some percentage of doubt. Like you could definitely, I get things wrong just like you get things wrong, right? And the best that we can do, both of us, is go for the preponderance of evidence in order to make up our minds the best that we possibly can based on that. Now, that said, there are definitely things that are going to raise the statistic chances of the things that you believe and lower them, right?
Yeah, but there's still that binary, and there's enough things here, and I think that the real what the real tragedy in this
I
is
just
that
think that you could say that about anything is the problem, right? Like, what couldn't you say that about?
no, because
Is
contextually, I
there
think
well, here, I'll give you an example.
yeah.
Are you 100% certain you're not a brain in a vat?
Say what? Yeah, I'm 100% sure of that.
Okay, prove it.
Yeah. Come on, I mean,
Come
I
on.
have
I
to.
mean,
I know.
can you prove
I
that you're
can't
not
prove
a brain in the
I
vat?
can't prove. We can't prove we're having this conversation. I know
Well,
that. I
right,
know that.
right. So then what you're saying, all you're saying is that your logic would be adjusted to everything on planet Earth, and if there's an infinitesimal amount of doubt or what could be considered doubt, then therefore you'll never 100% know for certain what is true. But we don't assess truth claims that way. We don't assess truth claims based on the fact that we would have 100% of everything about it, which could possibly be true. You couldn't even say that about any relationship that you've ever been in. Right? Like you can't even assess the truth of the relationships that you're in that way 100%. So I think that this is a really bad argument ultimately. You would
Well, I'm trying to
still
frame it. I'll
assess
make sure
you
we're
would
framing our
still
argument.
well,
Yeah,
you would
I didn't
still
get to my.
assess hang on. You would still assess guilt or innocence based on the preponderance of evidence, right? And even if you could say that you were never 100% certain about anything, you could be certain enough to lock a person up for doing something, right?
Oh yeah, correct.
Yeah, then
And that's my next point.
then I don't
Well,
know
let
what
me,
we're
let
fighting
me
about
land. Let me
here.
land. Let me land. The tragedy here is we're not talking about this in a vacuum. There's a lot of context here that might be missed on. Again, so Charlie, who was the one gentleman? Was it Joe Kent? He said the last thing Charlie Kurt said to him is make sure we don't go war with Iran, and we are currently at war with Iran. So that's context that is going to creep into the doubt. So if we just look at this
Well,
in a
that's
vacuum,
just hearsay, dude.
I mean, well,
That's
it's hearsay
hearsay.
from. I mean, he said it from. No, Joe Kent actually said that. So
How do
that's
you
not hearsay.
know that he actually said that? No, 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 not that Joe
Um,
Kent said that, but that was said to Joe Kent.
because Joe Kent said it. So again, so
Well, then
contextually,
that doesn't mean that it's true because Joe Kent said it.
I find him credible. Again, so again, applying the court
So
of
so
law.
then
Hold
so
on a
then
sec.
what you're
Hold on. No, no,
doing
no. Andrew Wilson.
okay.
Oh no. What we're doing is we have to assess the credibility of a witness. So if we're going to lock people up under the same standard that you're using, we
Yeah.
also use a standard where we have credibility of witnesses. I think of the guy that did 12 tours. He lost. This was a national security director, right? So he's been through all. So I wouldn't think he's a liar. I wouldn't think he have like I would consider him one of the most credible, if not an expert witness. So we have almost an expert witness saying that. And I'm just saying you're right. If we apply the same
Same logic.
if we don't know the sky's really blue, then yeah, we
Right.
can't take anything.
So then if it's the case
Watching-
that both of us just want to utilize the preponderance of evidence to where we can't maybe ascertain 100% certitude on anything, but we can possess enough certitude to still make judgment calls and decisions on things, including the fate of individual people based on the crimes that they do, then what are we even fighting about here?
Well, I'm saying where the burden of proof lies. Does the burden of proof? So should we be disproving the state's claim, or should the claim the state actually be making their claim? And when we look at the context and saying this doesn't happen in a
I
vacuum.
think that the state has the entirety of the burden to prosecute Tyler. 100%. That's of course that is the case. But you
Uh-oh. All of a sudden, I don't hear anything. Mossad got to him. Leave and come back.
And so again, let's just say, for argument's sake, that Joe Kent is credible. He would be considered an expert witness. If he said he said multiple things that again, and this is a shame that this is really a crisis of confidence.
I'm not a
If anything,
speaker anymore.
even if the man did it, some troon guy, right? He's like a troon fucker that got on the roof and
Yeah,
hit
hang
a
on.
wall.
We're on YouTube. Be good.
Oh,
All
sorry,
right, be
my
good.
bad. I didn't know. I thought this was
There's
something.
nothing you're going to ever say that's going to offend me, but just, let's be
Yeah,
cool
I didn't
up
know.
here.
I didn't know.
There's
I didn't know.
streaming
What it
going
was.
on. It's not just my channel. There's many people probably covering this.
All right, my bad. So I just wanted to frame it, and so, it does. There's a lot of smoke there, and I think there's a crisis of confidence, and that is the real shame here. Is they could have this guy, I'm trying to make my
Well,
words.
this could be true. It could be true that there's a crisis of confidence, and it could be true that Joe Kent is telling the truth about this. But that, what does that do for you exactly? What does that do for your position here?
Well, I look at the macro. I don't always look at. I know you like to zoom in. I'm more of a zoom out guy. So the bigger.
I'm willing to
conversation
look at the
here.
macro, but when you're looking at the macro, you are taking individualistic things which happen on the micro, and then you're putting them together like a puzzle for the macro, correct?
Well, we are at war. I mean, contextually, we are at war with Iran, right? So we can't just ignore that. We can't just say like the.
I'm not ignoring it.
Yeah. So okay.
I'm just
So
not
that's my
sure
point.
I'm just not sure what it does for you here.
I'm just framing the argument. I'm just here while these gentlemen get the evidence. We're trying, like, again, you're a great bellwether for what evidence will make you kind of say, wow, there's a lot of smoke here. And at least acknowledge that there is a crisis of confidence and this is not happening in a vacuum. And so I'm actually sympathetic to the conspiracy theories, not saying that they're true or could be proven, but in the current state of America, like I said, being at war, everything that happened.
Well, let's make a few things clear, right, about my position here. The government has hundreds of thousands of laws on the books about conspiracies. They see conspiracies everywhere. Conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit fraud, conspiracy to commit wiretapping, conspiracy. They see conspiracies all over the place and prosecute for those conspiracies all over the place. I'm not here to tell you that conspiracies are wrong or that all conspiracies are wrong or even that most are wrong, right? What I'm here to do specifically is challenge this one because I have been digging through this and I actually can't even figure out still to this day what the actual claims even are for why there's a conspiracy that TPUSA and Erica Kirk collaborated with foreign interests to murder Charlie Kirk. That's a huge claim. And while I understand that maybe you wouldn't be able to put all of the pieces together for that, there should be something that we're going off of here that's logical, rational, and makes sense, right?
Yeah, that's not my position. That's the most extreme conspiracy theory out there. To be clarification.
Well, if Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk, then that would mean that somebody else did, right?
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's Erica. Doesn't mean it's Erica Kirk, though.
Right.
So
Doesn't mean it's Erica Kirk. I totally agree with this, right? But it means somebody else did, and that there would be some cover up of some sort going on somewhere, right? So I think that we at least have to acknowledge that in order for us to get conspiracy, we likely, and maybe not 100%, but we likely have to acknowledge that you would have to believe that Tyler Robinson did not murder Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and again, I'm resigned to the fact that I'll never know the like I said, it's binary for me, and I assessing probability. I just know there's a lot of smoke here, and I think that there's a crisis of confidence, and that's the bigger tragedy, in my opinion. But I'm resigned to the fact that I'll never know, and I wouldn't have full faith, even if they did convict Tyler Robinson. I wouldn't have full faith in that conviction due to all the extenuating circumstances, which is really unfortunate. So that's really my.
Do you have faith in the Carmelo Anthony conviction?
That's a little different.
Do you have faith in it?
Absolutely.
And is that because after all of the evidence by the state was presented, you felt like the state made the better case?
Yeah, it's a system we live in.
Then if that's the case, shouldn't you do the same thing here, bro?
No, there's contextual with the influence of our government. Listen, it's not my first rodeo. I've been around. I'm probably privy to things that most people aren't privy to, and I know how judges operate and how state prosecutors operate.
What things are you privy to that other people aren't privy to?
Didn't Carmelo admit to stabbing him?
Yeah, sure.
Well, Tyler Robinson didn't admit to shooting Charlie.
Well, here we
But
go.
that's not really what the question was. The question wasn't whether or not these are parallel in every way, but whether or not what convinced him was that the state made a compelling case against Carmelo Anthony. And he said, yes, that's what convinced him. But then here, when I asked, well, why wouldn't you wait until the state presents its full case then before you decide to not believe the state? He gave some other distinct
No, I'm just
reason for
saying.
that.
No, I'm saying
Did
I
the
wouldn't have
state use the
full.
confession as evidence?
Yeah, what would that have to do
Because
with anything?
confessions are very damning. People have
Yeah,
confessed to things they
but
didn't
what
even
what
do,
what would
got
that
put
have to
away.
do? What would that have to do with the position, though?
Well, let's let this guy go, and then I can jump in after the next person.
But I just,
Yeah,
I just want.
just what would it have to do with his position? That's what I don't understand. Like, what would it have to do with the
Well,
position?
contextually, you're missing the point. Is I don't think there's a foreign, like Joe Kent said, he was not allowed to investigate foreign intelligence. I don't think there's any foreign intelligence allegation in the Carmelo Anthony case. Now, what I'm rejecting is that there's some type of white supremacy, because if you, I've been on spaces where black people think that this is a conspiracy because of white supremacy, which I think is non-existent. So when I measure those things, I say, well, white supremacy is just a boogeyman that doesn't really exist in the theory that they apply. I think white supremacy is a fact of nature, but that's a whole different argument. But the way that they apply their quote unquote boogeyman of white supremacy doesn't exist. Now, I do think that Israel does have undue influence over positions of power in the United States. So that's where that kind of changes.
We don't
But I
have
wasn't
any
going to-
disagreement there.
Yeah. Okay.
There's
So
no
that's not the
disagreement
difference.
there.
And I'm not
There's
here.
no
Yeah, I'm not here.
disagreement there.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree on much, but I do think there's a lot of things here that would give me pause and concern. And like I said, if they put this man away, I wouldn't have full faith in the process, because I heard something crazy and I let these guys go
But
about.
shouldn't you view the totality of the evidence presented by the state before you make the decision that a pre-decision that you're not going to have faith
I mean, they
in?
let OJ off. I didn't have
And
faith when they let OJ off.
but hang on. That by using your logic, the Carmelo Anthony thing, so what, right? So these are completely distinct circumstances. You wouldn't say that Carmelo Anthony was railroaded because OJ was let off. Like it's just a silly position, right?
No. I'm saying the reason why OJ was let off is because there was pressure on the courtroom. Same thing with Chauvin. There's pressure on the courtroom and the juries to quote unquote do what needed to be done. In this case, there's going to be even more pressure. If there is a grand conspiracy, I don't think the fact him being convicted would set aside.
But I'm just saying, like, shouldn't you set aside your bias and wait for the totality of the evidence to be presented to you by the state before you make up your mind you're immediately going to disbelieve it?
No,
That's
I've
what I'm
looked at the
asking you.
state's evidence, and one thing is, again,
Well,
hold
that's
on.
not possible, sir.
No, I've looked at the indictment. One thing on the indictment
No,
says,
but you
hold
have
on,
not
sir.
looked.
Yes, sir,
You
sir. Excuse me. They
you haven't.
recreated his
It's not
confession.
possible that you've looked at the state's evidence. It's not even
Listen,
possible. No, nobody has.
listen, sir. They have an indictment. They exhibited, and what they said was that they recreated the text message. You know, this text message to his, I don't want to describe her because YouTube, but to his friend, whatever.
Yeah, his
the text
friend,
message-
his furry friend with
his
benefits.
friend. Yeah. Would you know that was recreated, right? That was like essentially what they said was that they looked at it like that. There's like a digital footprint that was akin to if I write something on a note.
Well,
And
that's
then
from the note, though, not from the
yeah.
Discord messages, right?
Well, it was
So
was it
that's
from the note? Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's even
yeah.
worse. So this
Yeah,
idea that they just
so these are
recreated a note.
two. Well, hang on. These are two distinct pieces of evidence, but you don't know yet. That what I'm saying to you is like you don't know what the totality of the state's case is. For instance, maybe I'm completely wrong, and when the state releases its evidence in totality, and I start going through it, I go, wait a second, there is a lot wrong here, right? And then I would change my mind accordingly.
And Andrew, can I ask something real quick? So
Wouldn't you? Hang on, let's finish our convo. We're almost done. And
Yeah,
then
I
wouldn't you
landed. I think
do?
I don't want to be. I don't blame the point, but I
But
looked at
then
some stuff and
wouldn't you do the same thing? Shouldn't you do the same thing?
yeah, but I've already got the spidey senses kind of tingling. I'm resigned to the fact that I don't know if there's a conspiracy, but I know there's a crisis of confidence that I will never know there's not a conspiracy. And so to take the position that the government is this is the same as the Carmelo Anthony case, I think that's ridiculous with the context, with what Joe Kent's saying, with the idea that a note was recreated, and some of the things coming out now about he never really confessed and his parents were worried for him. So I mean, yeah, we can wait and see, but I don't think I think this one I kind of sit it out actually.
Okay. All right, man.
Come on,
Yeah, I
guys.
appreciate the conversation.
OJ's a grieving widow, guys. So what are we gonna bring him into it for? He's a grieving widow, right, Andrew?
OJ's dead,
OJ's a
bro.
grieving widow.
OJ's dead.
OJ
He
wasn't
was
even
a grieving
married.
widow, and
No, he wasn't even married to her, dude. What are you talking about? She was with Ron Goldman.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you
He was still
fucking talking
he was
about?
still
How is he
he was
grieving?
still
How is
grieving, bro. You should
okay,
have
And
gave him your
whatever.
OJ was
condolences.
seen last with 3 blondes around him that didn't even matter that he was in trial before. So I think he's fine.
Why are we talking
Yeah, I
about
think he's
OJ?
all right, bro.
Well, hey, Glenn, you got to give it to Andrew. He's come a long way because he was at first he was saying Candace shouldn't even be talking about this. We shouldn't even be investigating this.
You're
Now
just lying,
Andrew's
bro.
investigating.
You're
Oh,
just
you never
lying.
said that. You
No, I
never
never
said
said
she
that.
was a retard and that. Oh,
No, I
okay.
said that. That's a
Well,
different
she did
claim,
jump the
though.
shark. I think again. So me and Andrew actually agree on her jumping the shark. That if you're going to say something about a grieving widow,
Crashman von Stink Putin with the $10 super chat. Joe Kent story, not hearsay. You can testify about what people say directly to you. Tyler's parents can testify about what Tyler said to them. Hearsay is, I heard it from a guy who heard it from a guy.
I would be happy to concede all of these points if we can get to the evidence of conspiracy. That's all I want to do, man. I just want to get to the evidence of actual conspiracy by TPUSA and Erica Kirk to murder Charlie Kirk. That's all I'm trying to get to. I'll make concessions on each point that you give if we can ever get to that.
so you acknowledge
Yeah.
motive. You do acknowledge a motive for Israel, at least.
I will
I think
literally make a concession for the sake of argument that there's tons of motive from all sorts of different people to have seen Charlie Kirk dead. Absolutely. Let's just say that, right?
He wants to go on
Let's
CNN. He
do
can't
that.
say that. He wants to go on CNN. He can't say that. I respect that too. They're not
I
going to let
can't
you
say
on
what.
mainstream media if you say something bad about the people that run media. I mean, obviously, they're not going to let you.
Fuck Israel. I don't give a fuck. Now
I
can we get
love
back to the
that.
fucking can we get back to the topic? I don't give a
Yeah, go
fuck
ahead.
about
You guys
Israel.
have fun. I appreciate the conversation. You guys have fun.
I don't give a
Andrew's
fuck.
channel just got his first strike.
I don't know what the fuck. I don't fucking care.
No, but Andrew's making a good point. It's like, okay,
I don't know why. I don't
all
know
the
why you guys
conspiracy
think you're not
theories.
talking to me. I don't fucking care. It's like, what are you talking about?
Like Andrew, you're making a good point. It's like, okay, what about all the conspiracy theories lead to guilt in?
Yeah,
Or
that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm just trying to
yeah,
get at, like, I'm here to listen, man. I will listen to what you're saying. I'll go through the evidence with you to see if it leads to actual conspiracies between TPUSA and Candace Owens to assassinate her husband, Charlie Kirk. I'm willing to do
yeah,
that with you guys.
yeah, and I didn't want to miss
I'm not even a speaker anymore.
people doing investigations, Baron, Candace. That's totally fine with you. I just want to clear this up because that's my main point of contention with
There's a
you.
distinction between people who are trying to do investigations and people who are making innuendo towards allegation inside of their investigation. And that's actually more akin to what's going on. And I'm really tired of being gaslit that it's not when I have Project Constitution literally saying, yes, I believe that Erica Kirk was involved in the murder of her husband and assisted with covering it up. Coleman on his own channel cited that guy when he was talking about me by the very video that you sent me, Uncle Tom, which is how I found out about that. And I was like, look, there are indeed lots of people who seem to be pushing the idea that TPUSA, along with Erica Kirk, conspired to murder Charlie Kirk. And I'm really sick of being gaslit that that's
Well,
not
you
happening.
said
So what we have,
innuendo of allegation.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. They're all going to deny. We never said Erica had anything to do with it.
so the thing that's funny here is
I
like,
didn't see the directness. I saw
do
innuendo of
do you
allegation. That's
want
what I
me
heard
do you
just
want
now.
me and then I gave you a direct quote from this guy who said, I
So
believe his first
only
words.
Project Constitution is the only problem you have. It's only him
No,
then.
I'm also talking about people who are influenced through innuendo and that is what's going
Sure,
on. The innuendo is
sure.
pushing out a narrative that that's what happened. There's hundreds of people who are constantly telling me that that's what happened. Where the fuck are they getting that from? They must be getting it from
Do you
somewhere. They
think
seem to cite, hang on, they seem to cite Candace often, and they seem to cite Coleman often. They seem to cite these various people often. And so if that's the case, and by the way, none of these people are willing to go on the record with their positions. If I can question them on their positions, that would be great. to just find out, like, do you actually believe any of that? But I don't think they want to actually tell people what they believe. So anyway, that aside, though, all of this is a fucking
Project.
derailment. Can we go through the evidence to see if there's a
How is this a
conspiracy?
derailment? Okay.
You started this by
Yeah.
saying what? You
Blake,
wanted to
Blake,
go
go
through
ahead. Blake,
evidence.
did you get the document from Blake? Are you guys on the same page there now?
Yeah, we're on the same page. Page 4 starts with Turning Point USA, nonprofit organization founded in 2012. I'm looking right
good
at it.
luck. Good luck, Andrew.
Blake, are you still there?
Earth the bright Blake.
Oh, come on, Blake. He's not getting stage fright, is he?
Okay. So I don't know what he's doing. Well, yeah, I don't. If you think again, I asked you a question. You went to innuendo of allegation. So, but then you said that's a sidebar, and that you don't want
Okay,
to
here,
talk
let's see if
about.
it's
Yes.
a sidebar or not.
I
Do
don't
you think
know.
that there was a conspiracy, sir, to murder Charlie Kirk or not?
Well, I was trying to clarify
Yeah, I'm going to
if
clarify it
it's
right now.
okay
Do
for
you
us
believe
to have the discussion
do you believe
about.
that there was a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk or not?
That's not my contention with you.
Yeah,
That's not
can
my
you
contention
answer
with you.
my fucking
So
question?
you're asking the wrong person.
Oh my
You're
god,
asking the
I
wrong
noticed
person.
that you're not answering the question. Was there a conspiracy
I'm just
to
saying
murder
that you're
Charlie
asking.
Kirk or not?
Um, I think that this case is suspicious, and I empower anybody and everyone to crowdsource investigation and take a look into it. And
What the fuck?
A conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk or not?
There's not really a debate unless you answer yes to that question. So I would say yes, but I'm not going to step over you, Tom.
No, it's okay. Let me play this real quick. Because Baron basically said that this is a fool's errand. So you don't agree? You asking this question, you don't think it's a fool's errand?
They really can't just say, yeah, I think so.
Can I jump in and ask a question?
Do you believe that there was a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk or not?
I thought you couldn't even say that on your stream, but nonetheless, I you know
Yeah, I break this fucking
I
the stream TOS sometimes too, man. It's hard to remember
I
that
get
shit.
it,
Why do you
and
think I don't come down
I'm
for
not
on Tuesday?
I'm not purposely trying to piss you off or drive you to do that. I'm just saying that's never been my contention with you. Period. So I don't know why you're asking me at all.
Why won't he
But
answer the
I'm
question?
having this
Can you
space
just can
I'll
you
because
argue
answer
that
it?
one with you, Andrew.
But
Can
for
you
Yeah.
sake
answer the
of argument,
question?
either you agree that there's a conspiracy or you disagree that there's conspiracy. If you think there's room for conspiracy, like, yeah, I think there's room for conspiracy. And then this is why.
Do you
Yeah, but Andrew
believe
said we were supposed
Purpose
to
of
wait
an
for the jury.
investigation.
Why we
do
have
you
to wait for the evidence of the state and not wait for the evidence of the conspiracy? Like the jury's still out on both, right? So we have to be consistent. Is there
But be
probability that
clear.
there should be the likelihood of a conspiracy?
But be clear what you mean
I'd
by
say yes.
conspiracy, meaning that this was like premeditated. There was foreknowledge.
What the fuck is going on?
that it was between Erica Kirk or members of TPUSA?
That's slightly different.
Can I ask us a quick
Well,
question?
no, I mean that was the position I started with, dude. Did Erica Kirk or TPUSA engage in this conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk? I don't know. Like, I know you guys believe that they did. So I don't know why everybody's suddenly super evasive about this.
I'm
Like,
not,
did
but
they
I
or
think
didn't they?
I think he's trying to. I think the point that Tom is making is that why isn't it like obvious to you that people are going to have a lot of questions about weird things that happen at this
Great.
event?
And I'm more than willing to go through the evidences with you about these supposed weird things that you think point to a conspiracy that TPUSA, its leadership, Erica Kirk, or all of them together, or them
Are
singularly,
you
entered
okay with
entered into a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk.
But Andrew, can I just clarify though? So you're saying you said is there a conspiracy? Then you narrow down the group to being
No, he said, "Do you believe?"
okay. But I'm just saying, would you distinguish this that if it was done in the interests of TPUSA, but not by staff of TPUSA? By the way, Erica was not staff at TPUSA. So if we just cut that group and said someone else conspired to kill Charlie Kirk, would you find that more believable than TPUSA and Erica Kirk were in on a conspiracy?
Well, I mean, possibly. Like if you're saying that there was an external forces which conspired to murder Charlie Kirk absent the knowledge of TPUSA and Erica Kirk, maybe I would find that more believable. I don't know, because I don't know what evidences you would bring, but I'm more than willing to go through them. So the question that I have, and the question which stands though for this particular space, and we can follow up on external possibilities of a conspiracy later, is whether or not you guys actually believe that TPUSA or Erica Kirk engaged in a conspiracy to murder her husband, Charlie Kirk. That's it. That's what I'm here to discuss. If that is actually the case or positions of anybody in this space, I'm willing to
Yep.
talk to them about the evidences for it.
And that would be knowingly or unknowingly, right? So if they were used
Knowingly.
so they would knowingly have to conspire in a plot to
Yes.
assassinate Charlie. Okay.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I pose a simpler question just to put it out there? How long do you think that we should give the authorities that would normally take up an investigation? How long should they be given before, quote, investigations are launched? And then when we talk about attacks on the widow and stuff like that, I think more importantly, I only think it was about a week to 10 days before the investigation, the police was out there, and it was never in the jurisdiction of the FBI to my understanding. And as far as the Joe Kent thing, just because someone tells someone something, that's hearsay, and I don't think that upholds in a court of law. So I guess the better question would be, how long do we give authorities to do an investigation? And we are not privy to all the information that they collect. That won't come out until trial, is my understanding. So if y'all could correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Hold on, you're saying a deathbed confession. So somebody dies on their deathbed and tells the police that this person is the one that shot me. That's hearsay. I don't think that's the way it works.
If I tell you, hey, the higher ups, I got a call from the White House, I talked to President Trump. If I tell you that and you believe me because I'm credible, but I don't have any recording or proof or statements
That's
that
not
I
hearsay.
actually,
That's not hearsay.
that is
That's not hearsay.
hearsay. It is. Those were my only questions. Sorry.
Okay, so back to the conspiracy. Is there anybody believe that there's an evidence of some conspiracies that make you believe that TPUSA, Erica Kirk, or a third party working on behalf of them conspired to kill Charlie Kirk?
That's the purpose of this space.
Yeah,
Now,
and
if
that's
it's the
what I'm trying to get
case,
people to get to
now,
that.
now hang on. If it's the case that you want to discuss other things which are tangential to that, I am willing to get back together with Uncle Tom. He'll tell you I've been very, very good to him. Okay, and I appreciate him too. And I will come back for a future space on those other topics. But this one specifically is for this particular subset of questions to see if we can, if you believe that that is the case, that we can go through the evidence that would be pointing to it. That's it.
Yeah, I think Riss. She's been asking. So
No,
if you
I
want to
just
go
wanted
ahead.
to ask Blend. You said that you don't trust the courts and the prosecution, but then at the same time you said you trust Joe Kent because he works for the government and has been vetted. So can you help us understand like that type of thinking?
Well, I just said there's flaws in the court. Most people don't understand. People understand there's flaws with the president, with the legislative, but you guys do not understand. I think we kind of seen that with the Supreme Court, how flawed the judicial system is, how flawed a jury is. And so I was actually speaking about the crisis of confidence. And Joe Kent, there's other things that support. So it's not just Joe Kent's position. It's
Stay at 922 with the $20 super chat. I'm as black-pilled as Bronson. So many Americans are stupid as fuck. Yes, It's really hard to not be black-pilled listening to stuff like this.
Vacuum.
So you think
right?
everyone in the government is truthful if they've been vetted?
That's not what I said. You're trying to straw man me. I mean, it's
No,
not
you
going
did. You said since he's been vetted, you believe him. So that's why I was just
No, I said
asking.
he would qualify as an expert witness. That's what I said. I
Because
think
you
specifically.
find him credible. That's what you said.
No, because I
Yeah, if you
think the
like Joe
court
Kent, I
would find
understand.
him
I'm just trying to
credible.
understand like your
Yeah, I'm
positioning.
sure
That
he's
was it.
got all
I
kinds of
don't think
stuff
you
to
can
say.
understand my position.
You're right.
That's
I
true.
can't.
Yeah, I don't think you have the bandwidth for it.
You can put me down all you want.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, you are a woman.
If
To
we
his
Yeah,
admit
it's
point,
it,
true.
we're
like,
women,
to his
Andrew.
point.
Dadgummit.
To his
But
point,
yeah,
you are a woman.
I don't think anyone has shown any proof, like literal proof, that Erica and TPUSA. And I don't think anyone's looked into Tyler Robinson the way they've investigated TPUSA and Erica Kirk.
What about the head of security? Who's the head of security for Charlie Kirk? Isn't he like the guy that was on the Jewish guy on Joe Rogan? I mean, you got to look contextually. Do you guys, anyone peek into the Epstein
Well,
files?
let it find out his name. His name's Brian
The,
Harpole. Is that who you're
the
referring to?
Jewish
Instead of that
guy on
guy?
Joe Rogan?
The joke coast guy. What's the guy? The guy that's on Joe Rogan. He's the big bad Marine, and meanwhile he's a Jewish guy. You know, everything they put in our face. I don't know if I can say this because Andrew's on YouTube. David Blaine. I mean, you look at the Epstein files. Like you look at Deepak Chopra, right? This guy that's on.
Wait, how did
Oprah
we go
Winfrey.
from Charlie Kirk and the conspiracy theory to Deepak?
Coach OG to you. $5 super chat. Love you, bro. Love you too, bro.
Talking about the Epstein
Well,
files.
Masters of that. So his head of security is on Joe Rogan as some big bad tough guy, and he's just some Jewish guy that obviously, at best, you can say he's incompetent, right? So is that not more contextual to like the conspiracy?
Hey, can you guys help me out? Charlie Kirk's head of security was on Joe Rogan, and he's some big bad tough dude. What did I miss?
Go bake some cookies.
Surrounding Charlie Kirk.
I don't think his head of security was ever on Joe Rogan. He was on Sean Ryan.
Bam. Paramount Tactical, too. Yes, he was on Sean Ryan first, Riz. You got it.
Okay, so allegedly, an executive at TPUSA thinks that there is a conspiracy. Are you aware of that, Andrew? Is that
No,
is that
no,
is that
I'm not.
compelling? Would that be
I'm not
compelling to you?
I'm not aware of what you're speaking about. No.
Sure. Okay. Well, there is. Allegedly.
Well, I mean, that's great. So, do we want to go through the evidences for this, or?
So the evidence that there is an executive at TPUSA allegedly that believes that there's a conspiracy. The evidence for that, or
believes that there's a
what
conspiracy
he
to do
actually
what?
or to unalive Kirk.
Can you provide a
Well, hang
link?
on. Yeah, from who though? Who was involved in this plot to unalive Kirk, according to this executive?
So that hasn't come out. That hasn't come out. This is all alleged. So I'm just wondering if that would be compelling to you or not.
It depends on what it is that he's alleging and why, and the evidences and all
This
of
is
that,
wild.
which I'm happy to go through with you right this second.
I'll be right back, guys.
So I think that.
Well, let's do the Mikey McCoy thing. So I would have phrased this debate
Yeah, go ahead.
slightly
Go ahead.
differently, but if Andrew's going to be kind enough to come back, we can, we can run it this way and then maybe a slightly different angle on it. So go ahead. I think we talked through it. Do you want to introduce the argument, the Mikey McCoy walk away?
No, go ahead.
All right. So on the day of the actual unaliving, you saw Charlie Kirk's chief of staff, young guy who's connected into the company in more than one way. So he himself is the chief of staff. His wife also works for TPUSA, and his father, who I mean, has been known to spin some fairy tales, is one of the pastors working at TP Faith. And so what we undoubtedly all see in the video is right as it's happening, Mikey walks away, turns around, faces away from where Charlie is seated, and immediately gets on his phone. When he walks away, he doesn't look back. He doesn't check to see what happened. He doesn't look out for potential threats, um, and kind of stares at the ground and walks away at a pretty at a slow to moderate pace. And at no point during his, I think it was like they measured it out like 45 meters to like where the road is, where the road starts, like it's a driveway, I guess. Does he look back? This is when Charlie's being carried into the car. Mikey doesn't look back. We know that on that phone call, he notifies his wife, his claim, and Erica, also his claim. And this is how Erica actually finds out that something had happened to Charlie. Now, what do you think the information is that Mikey is relaying to Erica at this point?
I don't know what.
Well, he tells her that Charlie has been grievously injured and to go and protect the kids and go call security and all of that stuff. But
Okay.
notice how at no point does Mikey actually
Why does it keep doing this?
what to tell them on the phone.
Okay. Now I understand. Now let me make sure that I got the section correct. So this TPUSA staffer Mikey, who's connected in very well with TPUSA, right? He is having a phone call with Erica Kirk, but he had turned away from Charlie when he was either hit with this round or exploding microphone, whatever it is you believe. So he didn't actually see the grievous injury himself, and yet walked away and without looking back called Erica to say that there was a grievous injury.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
to the effect that Erica immediately understood that Charlie was killed.
Now
Or
let's
sorry
start
about
with
that, unalive.
let's start with this. Does Erica Kirk confirm that that phone call indeed was to her?
Yes. So she states exactly where she was at the time that she got the phone call, exactly how many
Mhm.
times it rang before she picked up. She
Mhm.
was in a doctor's appointment with her mom. Her mom's been unwell, let's say.
Mhm.
And she goes out into the parking lot after getting the news, the bad news, and collapses in the parking lot. And then security comes to her and whisks her away. And then the rest of the whole getting on the plane, Vance, going to Utah, all that stuff.
Okay, gotcha. So she is confirming that that phone call happened, correct?
Yes.
And she has not retracted that since.
No.
Okay, gotcha. So let's first and foremost look at the video. Do you have it?
Of Mikey McCoy?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, I think we can get that fairly easily. Yeah. You want Tom? You want me to just put up in the nest?
Yeah, put it up in the nest. So you're saying you haven't seen this, Andrew?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I want to see it now.
Why does it keep doing this? Damn it. Andrew's setting him up, and this keeps doing this. It's really annoying.
Hey, we can do another space another time because I don't know if this is for your channel, and it's like we got to stay super specific on this. I don't understand. You're here. Let's talk it out. You've made a lot of claims. There's people calling you all over the internet bad faith, and this is why. Not that you care, but like it's not doing you any service. Like you're not beating the allegations of being bad faith.
What am
And
I
like
doing
it's
here?
stupid.
What the fuck is going on? I'm just going to close it out and pull this back open, I believe. Let's try this. Let's try this again.
Already pointed out that, like Trillion, he already pointed out that, hey, there's could be people outside of TPUSA, but you're wanting to like keep things contained to TPUSA. Erica Kirk wasn't even with TPUSA at the time. So it's like, no, let's just like, do you actually care about what happened to Charlie? This is a genuine question. If you say no, I'm
Well,
not gonna say, I'm not gonna like judge you for it. If you say, actually, I don't really care. I've got this stream I'm doing. We got to stick on this one topic. We can't talk about how the White House has this document that
So
says,
I'm so
hey,
I'm trying to so I'm trying to stick to the topic that we pre-agreed on before I came on here, and you're saying that that's what's bad
oh,
faith. What's bad faith is when you
no.
switch the topics when I'm on here. That's what's bad
No, I
faith,
don't think so.
Buckaroo.
Why?
I think it's
Why are
just
you?
X.
Why would you have difficulty with that? Or can you ad
Go ahead,
lib?
Bill.
Can you think on your feet?
Because it's actually bad
host, I
faith.
can actually take him on his point if
Yeah,
you
go
really
ahead.
Yeah,
like.
Go
but
ahead.
I don't understand why it is that
I'm
if
saying
you
you're
want
not
to
beating the
discuss these
allegations.
issues.
I didn't call you bad faith. I'm saying you're not
Andrew, I
beating
have
the
something for you on
allegations, and this
Erica.
is why
Bro,
people are saying.
listen, fucker. Every good debater on the internet is called bad faith by the other half of the internet. Name the debater who you think is skilled, and I'll
Yeah,
pull
but
it up
none
right
of
now, and I'll find you
but they're
100
all
people
having
calling him bad faith.
they're willing to have discussions. I've seen you do it on your channel all the time. You go on tangents and different things if it's on the same
Sure.
subject, and we're talking about the
Yeah, but
subject.
here where you asked me to come on, we pre-agreed to a specific topic so that we could exhaust this particular topic before we move to a different one. So that
Andrew,
it's
I have you on your
hang
topic.
on, real quick. So that
Okay.
it's specific, and we're not moving away into all this other bullshit. We're being very specific on the proposition here so that we can get to the bottom of it. And you think that that's what's bad faith? The
Bro, listen.
opposite is
Okay,
what's bad faith.
no. If we're saying that, hey, like allegedly a widow to the person unalived literally has told a dozen lies allegedly, in my opinion, that if you say that's not compelling, would you agree that that could come off as bad faith?
How?
What? What? So
Yeah,
okay,
how is
so
it
if
bad
some
faith for me to ask, like, even if I grant that she lied about everything, what's the evidence of a conspiracy, dude? That's the question at hand here.
so in is there are you saying that so okay, first of all, 100% of conspiracies have liars. Do you realize that? Literally, 100% of conspiracies have liars that are part
I
of the
actually don't even think that that's accurate.
well,
Why
what do you
would
mean you
100%
don't
of
think? So
conspiracies
you're
have
unsure.
liars?
So you're unsure. So well, because they
No, I
have to
no,
lie
I'll
to
just
the
I'll just
invest
make
they
the
have to lie to
no, I don't
investigators.
think you have to lie to any investigator to be engaged in a conspiracy. I think that's incorrect.
What do you how would that be incorrect? Like
Well, why
did
couldn't I engage honestly in a conspiracy with somebody else? I don't understand that. Why would there be a lie as a requirement for conspiracy?
because the omission is a lie for one. So
Well, why would
if
you
you
but you wouldn't even need to omit anything to be in a conspiracy.
yeah, you have to admit that you were
Okay,
you
here,
have
check
to
this
admit
out.
things about your you have to
No,
lie about an
no,
alibi.
you don't.
You have
No, you don't.
what?
So like let's say that I got together with two guys to like murder or unalive somebody, okay? And we discuss it and this and that. We come up with a plan and then we go do it. And we unalive this person and we get arrested. And all of us tell the investigators the truth. We're still going to jail for conspiracy to commit murder, dude. What are you talking about? There's no lies even necessary for that.
Okay, well, yes. So that's what we're trying to do is see
So
people
then
go to
100%
jail.
of conspiracies don't actually require liars, do they? That's actually a false statement that you just made. So it's actually not correct.
Let me think it through. Let's go to Viva. I'm gonna think it through. I will admit if I've been
The
checkmated. I'm
videos
not
the
above that.
videos are
Oh,
up
I'm not
there.
like you. You won't admit when you've been
I I
checkmated. I've
I, th-
checkmated you
I
last
think what he's
space.
saying is the
I
nature
checkmated you
of a
last space.
Let me
conspiracy
know when you guys are ready.
requires a false pretense, and I mean Andrew's arguing that did they verbally lie, right? But like let's say can we say assassination? Is that good on YouTube? No. All right. Well, anyway, those are usually assume a false pretense to get close to the person, to get them vulnerable, to cover it up, right? So, like, if you want, Tom, I can kind of steer this a little bit and keep it within the parameters. I know what Andrew like wants to
No, do
do.
whatever you
I think
want.
Yeah.
Andrew
But
wanted to
but
talk about
V
Erica, and I have a topic pertaining directly to
no,
Erica if
yeah,
he's willing to.
Viva's up. Go ahead, Viva.
Okay, so what I was trying to get to a couple days ago at the end of the stream was that in order for law enforcement to articulate probable cause, there has to be facts or circumstances that would lead a reasonable person to investigate something. Is that fair?
I mean, probably.
Well, I mean, according to I googled it just to be sure, and that's what Google came up with. But if
Yeah, I'm
you're
not going to
willing
argue
accept
it. That sounds correct to me.
okay, sure.
That you need to have
So
some sort of cause to do an investigation to begin with, you mean?
yeah, but I kind of want to I want to hone in on the fact that it's not only facts but circumstances that would make a reasonable person be okay with starting an investigation. I want to make sure you're okay with that before we start.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds reasonable to me, yeah.
Okay. So,
did they ever confirm whether or not they believed it was a conspiracy? Did that get answered?
to Candace Owens saying, I'm not really interested in doing that. I fact that Charlie Kirk's funeral was overly extravagant and overdone, and the fact that fireworks and her standing on the casket and hugging JD Vance and running her fingers through his hair, can you agree that that's very strange?
I'm not sure that I would. It depends on. Do you consider that funeral to not be a celebration of life? Because I've been
that alone, I think, is very strange.
I've been to two different types of funerals.
Okay.
The first type is everyone shows up in black and they're super sad and everybody's crying and this kind of thing. And then I've been to celebration of life funerals where it's the opposite. Everybody's having a big party and drinking and telling great stories about the person, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. I don't think anything pertaining to Charlie Kirk would necessarily be anything like either of the two that you referenced. I think they'd be somewhere in the middle.
Like both, they're celebrating his life and they're sad.
So, yeah, exactly.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
But her standing on the casket of her dead husband, are you not willing to agree that that is very strange? And hugging the vice
Standing
president?
on
I
the
don't
casket?
expect rational behavior from somebody who's experiencing grief. I've seen people experiencing grief way too much to expect that they're going to respond rationally to it. And I've seen people do bizarre things at funerals, by the way. Myself, I guess myself included.
I know.
I'm
very aware.
I've been very at a funeral. I've been very irrational myself.
I'm aware of your personal life. I watched the
Well, I'm not just talking about
DVD
that.
interview and
There's
stuff.
been other funerals that I've been to with very close people who were close friends of mine who've died. Who, yeah, I wouldn't say I was always rational at those either.
Fair, but I don't think that standing on the casket can even be. I think that's very.
Until you've appeared,
that's
have you had?
very,
Hold on, sir. I got to object. Have you had your other significant other been blown off publicly? Their neck blown off publicly. If they haven't, then you can't make that judgment, sir.
I had my
With
dad
due
die
respect.
horrifically when I was 18.
But
in the
hang
middle of
on.
the night.
I actually just want to kind of see where it goes. Let's just
Am I missing
it's a little
something?
odd. Sure.
Okay.
Are there pictures
then
of her
all the
standing on his
things after
casket?
that, I mean, Erica Kirk going on interviews and saying that she hasn't dated for years before Charlie Kirk, and then you find out that she was actually in a relationship, a very committed relationship, in fact, a year before Charlie Kirk, a year before she met Charlie, and then he's now working at TPUSA. Is that not suspicious at the very least?
Let's just grant it. Sure.
Okay, so
But what is it suspicion of, though?
conspiracy.
I don't know how we're drawing that correlation.
Well, I mean, there has been many women, none that I can cite right now because I'm a little bit of adult. But there has been many women in the past that have dated like very high profile celebrities.
Hang on,
athletes.
real quick.
Yeah.
I just pulled this up. I can't find any photo of Erica Kirk standing on the casket.
Yeah, because it didn't happen.
I have it screenshotted. I mean, I'm very new to X. I think you can tell it by my profile. I just did this to
Are you
debate
sure that that's not the fake that was
1000%.
going around? There was a fake.
1000%.
There was a fake. There was a fake going around.
Yeah, I'm 1000% sure it's from her own profile when it happened at the time.
I want to see it.
The funeral.
I want to see it.
Well, let's see the
100%.
pic. Let's see the pic.
I don't know how to. I'll be honest. I don't know how to submit that to you. I'm very new to this.
Okay.
I mean, if you look at my profile, it's very clear. It was made 2 days ago. I just did this to debate you a couple days ago, and I only got on at the end of the
Yeah,
stream.
I understand, but that's somewhat tough, right? But I'm
Right.
gonna just cede that it happened just for the sake of argument here.
So is this
Okay.
Viva Fit?
I mean, and then everything that went on with that. I mean, the fireworks, her kissing Trump at the end and hugging, everything's very public. And her at like only a few days after the funeral, using Charlie's name to ask for donations. I mean, all that is very, very strange, and it
Okay,
makes
I'm
people
gonna
at the
just
very
cede.
least
I'm gonna cede all of
suspicious.
that. It's all very strange, but none of that points to anything that I would consider conspiratorial or pointing towards any sort of conspiracy.
Well,
How
so
are
I
we
guess
tying this towards conspiracy?
all the reasons I'm saying all of this stuff is kind of pointing to what I said initially at the very beginning of my statement, is that you don't necessarily need fact
Didn't he
in
say
law
that it was on
enforcement
his?
to start an investigation, but circumstances that would lead a reasonable person to believe that there could be something
There
malicious
is nothing.
or something strange happening, and that would start the investigation. And so I think that you, when you demonize people for wanting investigation to be happen or to start happening, and you demonize people for questioning Erica Kirk and all of her motives and reactions, I think that's where you lose people, and that's the issue I have.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that if there's reasonable suspicion, and I agree that law enforcement needs reasonable suspicion in order to open an investigation,
Yeah,
then you feel like this is enough reasonable suspicion to open into an investigation. Is that right?
I do. I think that she's. I mean, I don't even have to think. It's
And
on video. She's contradicting
what
herself
is
over
the
and over again.
suspicion? What is the reasonable suspicion of that she did what? What are we reasonably assuming by this behavior
That
that's reasonable
she
for us to suspect what?
that she was at least okay with what happened happening. No, I don't
Well,
know if it
even
is.
if even if let's just say hypothetically Erica Kirk was okay with what actually happened. Let's just say hypothetically that was the case. That's not even a crime.
That she's complicit?
No, that's a different statement. That's not what you said. You
Well,
said that would at least prove that she was okay with everything that happened. But even if that was the case, let's just say that she just accepted it immediately and just didn't care because she's like a sociopath or something. Um, so that still is not reasonable suspicion of a crime.
no,
You
it's
would have
not
to tie.
reasonable.
So what do we have reasonable? Even if I cede all the arguments, what is the reasonable suspicion of a crime here? What is it?
So I don't expect anyone that has just had their husband murdered or unalived. I don't expect them to come out and make it abundantly obvious. But what I could see them doing is alluding to the fact in some way, because of some Freudian slip or something like that, that they don't that they're okay with it or something like that. And so by what I'm saying is that I think
Did
that
he
she
say
had
that he
prior
had it on
knowledge,
there, or that
and
he
I
was
think that she
gonna put
helped
it
it
on
happen.
there?
I don't
Okay,
think that
so
she
now
had
we're on to a different claim. So now
okay.
we're going to move past the reasonable suspicion to investigator because you feel like her behavior was too erratic.
Well, I think that you have reasonable suspicion to investigate her because she's making
Of
all these
what?
slips
Yeah, of
of being
what?
complicit in the murder, because she's making all these slips. So she either, not that she did it or that she planned it, but that she had prior knowledge of the fact that it was going to happen and that she could have helped orchestrate it. That's my issue with her.
So you want Erica Kirk investigated for her
Connections.
reasonable suspicion that you feel like you have that she knew that this was going to happen and at the very least did nothing to stop it.
Correct.
Well, that would be Erica Kirk entering into a conspiracy because otherwise, where would she get the foreknowledge?
Well, that's what we're talking about, is Erica Kirk being part of the conspiracy. I think that she was part of the conspiracy. I don't think that she wanted it to happen
Okay,
necessarily, like
so
that she was going to plan it.
then you and I would agree that in order for her to be complicit here, she would have to have some foreknowledge, right?
Correct. And I think that she probably did. If she was going to be part of it, she definitely had some foreknowledge it was going to happen. Yes.
That makes sense. And so we would have to evaluate the actual evidences for this supposed erratic behavior before we made the determination that it was erratic enough, at least for us to start pointing at potentially she was in a conspiracy to murder her husband.
Correct. But that's what puts us in this position right now.
Now we're
where
in, and here's the position that we're in. So let's start with the evidences. So, first of all, it's not true that Erica stood on the casket.
Are you sure?
Yes, I have the proof right in front of me.
What is the proof? I'm not denying it.
The
but I'm
proof
asking
is that that was a photoshopped photo. And actually I have the actual photo. And so if you give me a second, I can actually pull that up. I'll show it on my stream right now so that people can see for themselves
Okay.
that you're actually incorrect on this point. 1 second here. Hang on. All right.
I'm gonna pull up your stream just so I can see it.
Yeah. So by the way, this was debunked a long time ago. Erica Kirk's widow
Crazy.
shared an emotional photo and videos from beside his open casket shortly after the assassination.
Okay,
She was
I think we can all agree that a lot of these people suck, right? They just suck. They're stupid, either or.
photo.
This
that
is
showed that.
retarded.
Okay, but
So-
are you looking at a video? Because that was live streamed. That whole thing was live streamed. Are you watching
Yeah,
a
so
video?
here's what I'm willing to do. If you can provide for me the timestamp in the live stream for when she stood on the casket, I'll play it right now.
I can't do that because I'm technologically
Alright.
illiterate. But
Brother,
here's what I'm
I
willing
don't
to
think
do. I'm
any of
willing
that
to
actually
concede-
happened. You guys, here's the thing. Here's where I have to
That's
kind of
one instance
align
of what I was saying.
Yeah, okay, but bro, you have to understand. You're saying she's a part of something bigger. Andrew's saying, okay,
That's
well
what
then
he's debating.
surely.
That's all he wants to debate.
Okay, but you don't. What is the conspiracy?
I just totally articulated what the conspiracy
Yeah,
is.
but like
that Erica
how?
Kirk
Who
had
would
prior
carry it out?
knowledge of
Like,
what
how did they
someone wanted
get
to
there?
happen,
Erica
and
was
she
nowhere near where it happened. Like,
So
this
this
is the
hang
problem.
on. Here's the link.
That's one instance, man.
Here, hang on. Here's the link. I'm going to give it to you right now. Can you speak real quick so I can see who's speaking so I can DM this to you?
It's
just real
Viva
quick.
Fett.
I don't actually see you speaking.
VIVA.
Let me,
like
you know
Boba
what
Fett.
I'll do? Can I
This
send
guy's
this
on a
over
list
to you,
for
Uncle
sure.
Tom?
That's fine.
If you want to put it on
Okay.
on your stream,
Hang
I
on.
can
He
also
can
my TV.
he can put it up real quick. So can you go ahead and read that, Uncle Tom?
I shall.
Okay.
I mean, look, Andrew, I believe what you're saying.
Hang on, bro.
I
Hang on. I'm just going to make sure we got it. So image.
The dude come in confident as hell that what he was saying was factual.
Kirk standing on a coffin embracing JD Vance isn't what it seems. The AI generated image was a spoof of the real hug of the vice president and Erica Kirk, who shared a stage on Turning Point USA.
What
They
a
rated
fucking
it
idiot.
absolutely fake, not even some truth.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Like
wouldn't. I wouldn't have believed that myself, but yeah.
Like I said, I'm willing to concede that totally. But what I said, the other things that I said are true. I mean, like,
Okay, well, hang on. So that was the first set that you used as evidence that you thought would lead towards some kind of reasonable suspicion
yeah.
to point at her as being part of a larger conspiracy. So what else would we be looking for here?
I think the larger thing that would point to her being a liar is the fact that she claimed to have no prior relationships up to out to a year of meeting Charlie Kirk because she knew through her friends vicariously that the dating scene was totally kaput and that she shouldn't engage in it. And she was actually in a relationship very close to meeting Charlie, and that he is now working at TPUSA.
Okay. So where did you substantiate those claims?
I mean, like everybody else, through various parts of social media, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're false.
It doesn't necessarily. I'm not. I agree with you that logically, just because you found those claims on social media,
Is this dude trolling?
false. However, I am asking you what makes those claims true. What is the source that we can find that would verify what you're saying right now, either substantiated or corroborated by
Why not just
witnesses?
put her in water and see if she floats, Andrew? This is a Salem witch trial. Just put her in water, see if she floats, right? That's what this guy's essentially saying. This is a Salem witch trial. You got to move on from this guy because Andrew.
Yeah, I mean,
Andrew
what you have to
wants to
argue
debate.
against with all these
Andrew
other
doesn't
people
want to
is
this is who
ballistics
wants to debate.
and
The crazy
fucking
guy with 2
autopsies,
followers.
and all
This
these
is who
other
Andrew.
people are clearly experts in all the topics.
I think this dude's a troll.
Why do we should just go with all what they're saying?
But how
we
can
should
this
put this
be?
woman
How
in
can
water
this,
and see if
after
she
you've
floats.
watched like hundreds of days of all of these episodes, you got this is the best? How could this be the
This fucking X shit. What is going on?
arguing against Erica Kirk. You guys all want to argue ballistics. You guys want to argue autopsies. You guys want to argue
You didn't make
paramedics
a
and their
single
response
argument.
times.
You used an
I don't.
AI picture. You don't have an
No,
argument.
Yeah, that's what they're in water,
so
That's
Kirk.
not an
what? So
argument.
what?
Just too slow.
He got it.
Just
He
keep
got it
going,
wrong.
smart
Like he
people
got
go.
it wrong. Who cares?
That's one
It is
argument. I'm
what
not
it
claiming to
is.
be right. Like I just
I
said, I
mean,
conceded. I don't know why you're being so shitty.
Andrew may or may not know.
Guys, I don't know if I just want to like jack Andrew's full on stream. You know what I mean? I'm a little hesitant to do that.
Said he wrote Andrew a very long letter.
Yeah,
Andrew,
I'm not gonna sit and text people all day. I wanted if they want to have a
that's fine.
conversation so that we can go through their nonsense.
I get it, but you
then
read
that's
it,
what we'll
right?
do, and I want it done publicly.
Fair, but you read it, right?
I am too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and truthfully, I'm the only actual person providing an argument. I'm.
You've
But I
done
got a
no such
conspiracy.
thing.
I think you're up here to make.
I got a conspiracy that you're up here to make people that are intelligent make us all look like wackos.
Jesus, bro. Shut up, bro. Glenn, shut the fuck up, bro.
I mean, you had a chick yesterday
Shut
talking
up.
about her own credibility. Oh, I have these certifications. We have no way of verifying that.
Okay. I have
That's
the
an
videos of
actual
Mikey McCoy up in the nest. Can we go back to the Mikey McCoy argument? Like, it's just like it's
But
kind
how
of
are you
becoming
gonna
a time
give
thing.
any argument that he's brushing his shoulder and brushing his arm and
Okay,
everyone's getting
dude.
a signal and all that shit?
Thanks, man.
Like, there's no way of doing that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, and people have called Andrew out on this before. Even if it's compelling, actually doesn't really care about it. Honestly, that's why it's alleged that he's being bad faith. You could say that, hey, like dogs and humans were in the same vicinity of firearms, but the humans found it. But that's not compelling for Andrew, which obviously doesn't make sense to any normal person. So this is why
Do
Andrew
you
gets
think that I'm
called
the
out
one?
for
Do you
being
think
bad
that I'm the one who
faith.
sounds like they're not normal right now? You think that
w-
that's me?
Absolutely.
What up, Baze? You haven't really missed much, dude. Nobody has any like on your side. Like these guys suck. You should get in there and try to make some arguments. You would kill it compared to these people.
Hold
Platform
prompt,
is the one
bro.
that benefits, dude. Give me a break.
I didn't say it. I didn't argue it didn't. I'm just
Good
saying
Lord.
I'm just saying your
Guys,
pigeonholed prompt. That's all it is a pigeonhole prompt, and that's it, and that's fine. And we're happy to engage. I know I am,
prompts
but I
have to be
mean,
specific, bro, so that we can come to
No.
truth claims
Yeah,
about
see, and
them.
that's the thing is like that's
Real.
what's irritating about this. is
These
I'm listening
people
to all
suck.
These people on this fucking X and on this X live.
Okay. All right, guys. I'm just pulling up Andrew. I'm sure he'll never see this, but if you do, bro, I have to do it. All right.
Refutable, and granted, I came up here with something that was easily refutable. You know,
that's
running
fine.
through Snopes or whatever.
Viva, don't just ignore it. We don't have to have a meta about it. Riss, dude, what are you going on about? Chill out. Riss, what do you have? You've already spoken. I think you're just coming up here to glaze Andrew. What's up?
I actually don't really agree with Andrew on a lot, but I just think this like everything. Viva,
Well,
can I ask
you're
you
probably
one
because
question?
you're a feminist. You don't agree. So
No, I'm
what?
actually
We
not
don't
a
care.
feminist
We
at
don't
all.
care.
Yeah. What's up?
Uncle
What's up?
Tom, you're very biased. I'm just gonna say that first. You're coming
What's
off
up? You wanna ask
super
me?
biased.
What's up?
Biased to who? What are you
You're
talking about?
anti Erica, pro Candace. Everything that Viva just said was
Anti
Candace
Erica. I
fucking
don't
Cole.
even know Erica. I'm
But
anti
you literally
liars.
just told.
I'm anti liars. Hello, and so shouldn't Orthodox people. People who what happens to liars in Orthodoxy, Andrew? What did,
I mean,
like
they're usually forgiven.
you went out
But-
to Arizona? Did
Yeah.
you gave allegedly gave Erica a hug?
Well, that's
did you
not. Hang on.
ask
That's
her
not a.
about
That's
like
not a.
any
Wait.
of the alleged lies?
Wait a
like,
second. Wait a
that
second.
were
Wait a second. Hang on. Let's back up.
Okay,
That's
we'll
not
crank
alleged.
it. We're gonna crank audio.
what's
that happened.
How's it now?
Oh, fair.
Yeah,
But
that's just, so you don't
I'm
have to say allegedly like that
I
happened.
can say whatever I want, but I'm
I
asking
didn't. But I
you.
didn't go
Hey,
out there
did you?
to
By the
give
way,
Erica
did you
a
meet
hug.
Cabot Phillips? You know the guy with the pizza tattoo on his lip. Did you say
Dude,
hi
this
to him?
sounds
Did you
violent.
shake? Did you shake hands with him?
I don't
And say, hey,
remember.
bro, how are you?
I don't remember anybody with a pizza tattoo on their lip, but I wasn't looking at people's lips.
How is this any better than arguing things about Erica Kirk?
bro.
No
So
place
did
for
you?
that.
So how are liars handled in Orthodoxy? Can I ask you that?
You
Do you
mean
do
as
you
an Orthodox Christian, how would we handle Orthodox Christians who are lying? Or how would
yeah,
we handle
or
lying
people
in
who are not
general?
Orthodox in general.
Well, I mean,
Do you re, do you,
generally speaking, you would try to correct the lies, and if you were an Orthodox brother, we would try to correct you privately, and then if we couldn't do that, we'd bring it to the church's attention, et cetera, et cetera. If that wasn't the case, and there was other people who weren't part of the church who were lying, we would address it the same way basically anybody else would, right? By either giving refutations to the lies or engaging with the falseness of the statement or whatever.
okay, but so if there's somebody's not Orthodox, then you don't care if they lie, essentially.
I don't even know how you just got that from what I said, bro. Like, how did you get there?
No, because you said Orthodox brothers.
Yeah, if it's the case that, let's say I had an Orthodox brother who I thought was publicly lying about something, I would try to correct that person privately first. I'd be like, "Hey, look, man, there's a problem here, blah, 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 blah. Can we could try to correct this privately?" And then I would see if other Orthodox individuals would try to correct them privately. And then if none of that worked, any of the private correction, then it may get brought to the attention of the church, priests, something like that. If it's the case that these people are not Orthodox, there's no way for me to bring that to the jurisdiction of the church because they're not Orthodox. So they wouldn't see that as an authority. So we would have to use or appeal to some other kind of authority then for calling out the lies, right?
Okay.
Does that make sense to you? Or
Uh, I mean, I was just more interested in because Erica's not Orthodox. So you met her, you hugged her, and
yeah.
I'm just curious if you, I'm assuming you hug someone if you feel like you hold them in a high regard. So
No, well,
alleged.
no. I didn't hold Craig FTFE in high regard at DebateCon. Never liked the guy.
Nothing.
But he was crying when he was
You
there because
missed
something bad had
nothing.
happened to his mother and people were ignoring him. And he's a left-wing atheistic scumbag. And I could see that he was suffering, so I went over and gave him a hug. So no, it doesn't mean that I
Okay, fair.
have great respect or anything like that for you. I'm a human being. And when I see other human beings suffering, I tend to want to do something about that. Call me crazy, don't you, Uncle Tom? When you see other human beings who are suffering, tend to try to do something about that so they're suffering a little bit less?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
if I see a human being unalived like in front of my eyes, yeah, I try to like,
No, not even if you see a
have
human being. I didn't see a human being unalived in front of my eyes when Craig was crying in the
I
hallway at
understand that.
DebateCon. Do you think that I was in error by giving him a hug and telling him things are going to be okay? Things are going to be okay, man. It's going to be all right. Let him cry
Oh,
for a little while.
so was Erica crying or?
That's not your business what happened there, but I gave her a hug. Yes, I didn't want to see I don't like it when I see people who are miserable, especially for things which are horrific that they're going through. Yeah, I tend to have a little bit of empathy and compassion there. I'm
Gotcha.
sorry.
So
Sorry,
do
bro.
you have an inability to understand what crocodile tears are?
Do you think that I'm the one to tell that to? The guy who called out 100 women on one of them in the most public ways possible when they start their
I'm
crocodile
just making
tears.
sure. I'm
I
making
guarantee
sure.
you I could
I'm
intuit
just
crocodile
making
tears
sure.
way better than you can, bro.
Nah, it doesn't seem that way.
Okay. Doesn't seem that way because you were there, you know.
N- no, but I wasn't
Mm.
there, but I do know
Yeah.
that she's
Do you
been
think that I'm
called
the
out
guy
on many,
that
many
women
lies.
yeah,
Bro, can we talk about
women are
this or
not the
not?
ones
You
who
want to
hang
understand
on,
about the
stop, Tom. The women are not the ones who usually get much past me. I'm usually really good at holding their feet to the fire and making them give an accounting for various things if I think they're bullshitting me about anything. And nobody's better at that than me, by the way. I've done it publicly how many
How the hell did we get on this? What is going on? Can we get back to talking about evidence, things like that? I mean, they don't have any. They don't want to talk about evidence clearly, but can we
fuck the
what
fire. Never seen that
going
happen,
on?
Tom.
Huh?
So what makes you think that I think you're better better at intuiting those things than me?
I'm not making that claim. I'm just curious if you asked,
Yes.
hey,
A
what
woman
happened?
who's in pain. Yes. Yes, you're right, Tom. I went over and I gave her a hug. I'm a fucking monster.
Yeah, I didn't make that claim.
I'm
It's
a
fine. We
monster,
got some
Tom.
hands
I'm
up. We got
horrible.
some hands up. We can fucking get back to it, man. You just
Sweet.
don't want me to speak. You're just speaking over me. It's fine. It's fine. I'll deal with it. Ali, you have your hand up. What's up?
Tom, thanks for the space. Excellent space today. Trillion, shout out Trillion, and my boy Blend, my favorite Ranger. I came up earlier when you and I think it was you and Blake were talking about, or you guys were discussing the chart documents. Are you guys going to go back to that? If you are, I'll hang back and wait.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Blake, bro. As soon as he's put on the spot, he just folds, bro.
Look, I appreciate Blake because I never knew him before the Charlie Kirk shooting, and he came up with a video that really impressed me. High quality stuff. All the little details everybody's arguing over, all the little nuances, all of those things are to be proven, right? We're not the ones to judge, I guess, but we have a brain. If we see little bits and pieces that are just not adding up to be just some guy on a rooftop, then I'm going to tell myself there's something amiss. In the charging documents, it does say that they have footage, something we probably haven't seen, right? Of somebody on a rooftop laying down, getting up, moving. Those are the only parts of the charging document that he was talking about, or the indictment, that I feel would be compelling to wait until a trial happens before anybody could reach out and say, oh, well, you don't know, or well,
I don't
they're
know.
bought out. We
I
don't
don't know
know,
who's
right?
talking.
We don't know. But if things are missed, things that Candace came up with, like photos of the mic broken up and shattered in the car, which I haven't seen yet. I'd love to see it, but how she got it, why she held on to it, has
I
nothing
get it. I
to do
get
with.
it. I get it. But that the other side is the one saying waiting. It's a complete psyop. What are we waiting for? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Waiting till, okay, let's say he's exonerated. Okay, so you're gonna start your investigation now to
leads
track
tips
down leads.
as you
Candace and
possibly
Baron did
can.
the perfect
You
thing.
don't
You
wait to
start
say and twiddle
immediately
your thumbs and say,
investigating,
"Oh, I guess he's."
and you get gather as many clues and leads tips as you possibly can. You don't wait to say and twiddle your thumbs and say, "Oh, I guess he's not guilty." So now we can start looking into things. The dumbest thing the other side wants to. They're just psyoping. They're trying to psyop
I think they should have.
everybody on the internet and call people demons and all this nonsense. And that's what it is.
Thing
Just utter shit. It's utter shit. And Andrew wants to align himself with that. He was getting along great with Paramount Tactical last time we had a space. They were like two peas in a pod. That was hilarious to see. Our tax dollars going to uh this guy who's getting this DOD payout allegedly,
What the fuck does it have to do with anything?
and he's doing he's a podcaster. No, I want my money going to a guy that's doing R&D on the weaponry, Andrew, not some fucking podcaster with 1,000 views, like fucking spitting propaganda, and you're aligning with this guy. Like, this is crazy. And then he was saying that the bullet went through Charlie.
This dude muted me and said I was spurging out. Listen to this retarded rant he's going on.
Would have went through. I'm sorry, would have went through Paramount, and then now all of a sudden, after he gets this contract, he's completely changes his tune.
Okay, I'm not.
So I mean, it's just disgusting, man.
I just looked at it as an attorney, which I am. I looked at it with an attorney hat on, and as a person who's been following it since it happened.
The person speaking, well, Uncle Tom was just speaking. The one speaking now is Ali G.
Based on what I've heard or what I've seen, but
Yeah, and
there's
Andrew wants
more.
us not to believe attorneys.
Yeah,
It's this is insanity, complete insanity. Like
Okay,
nobody should
so
fall for this psyop.
There's one attorney that is on their side. All of the other attorneys that are online don't buy into the conspiracy. There's only one, Baron Coleman. That's it.
Not to believe attorneys? Tom, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
nobody knows. I have no idea what Tom's
That's not-
talking about at this point.
Yeah, Andrew, he's like, this is nonsense. Utter
yeah,
nonsense.
buddy, I'm just a guy on the internet. So I'm just telling you, as a person who thinks just like you do, but I think on two different levels. I look at one as a regular human, as a person like you and me, and I look at it as the person that I was taught to look at things in a different way. And even then, without knowing what's on their table, what we've seen already, what Candace has brought out, whether she brought it out late or not, I don't care. What Blake has found and discovered and published, the video footage, that was high quality shit. For me to see the smoke coming out of a shirt or to see all these little hand gestures, who knows? But I'm definitely having my spidey senses tingling there. And that's something that I can't just put away in a box. That's it. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
Logic,
Yeah.
you have to use your own reasoning. But sometimes when they feed you too much, it gets confusing.
Best, what do you got? Best.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Not a single piece of
understand,
evidence
and
yet.
I don't follow
Not one
Andrew
fucking
enough
piece of
to
evidence yet. Not one. Not
know
one
his
piece of
position
fucking
exactly.
evidence.
So, like, can you just humor me and give me like a 30-second or 1 minute, like, synopsis of what you believe happened on the day and who killed Charlie Kirk? Like, just from seeing the evidence that you've seen.
The purpose of this space specifically.
I get that. I said just
I
please humor
know.
me.
No, you humor me. The purpose of the space is not to derail it into trying to critique what you think are problems with the official narrative.
No, I don't
Stop, bro.
understand your
My turn.
position,
My
dude.
turn. My
That's
turn.
what I
That's
don't
great.
understand.
I'm
I
not
don't
here
understand your
I'm
position.
not here to elucidate you on it. I'm here for a specific prompt. We can do another one later where you can critique whatever it is that you want about what you
It's
think is
not critiquing. I don't
bro.
think a lot of people
When
understand your
I'll
position.
tell you what. When you're done, tell me so that I can talk. Go ahead.
I'm saying that
Be-
people don't understand your position in this space. Like
best,
what you believe.
Best. Everybody understands what the fuck he's saying. All right. So anyway, so what were you gonna say, Andrew?
Yeah, the purpose of this space is to critique a specific prompt so that we can get to the truth of it and see if anybody can provide any fucking evidence at all that Erica.
I agree. F spell check. Completely agree. Guys, this is embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. I've been in spaces before with people who, I mean, I wouldn't say that they're like great, but they're like real arguments. I haven't really even heard an argument yet.
What I think happened to Charlie Kirk based on the evidence, I'm happy to do that. But that's not the purpose of the space today. That's just a derailment.
I'm honestly not trying to derail the space, Andrew.
Then engage with the prompt.
Okay, so the prompt is that people see flaws in Erica's character.
No.
Hold on a second.
No, dude. No. Do you think there was a conspiracy? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So what's your evidence?
My evidence is the fact that the FBI has done everything counter to the argument of finding out the truth.
Okay.
Prove it.
Like what? Let's go through one piece of evidence at a time. So you're actually saying that the FBI is involved in a conspiracy here.
Correct.
Okay. So what is your evidence? Let's go through your evidences that the FBI is involved in a conspiracy to either A, cover up, or they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. Which one? Or both?
I don't have enough evidence to say either way, but I will say
You don't have enough evidence to say either way?
It's possible of both at this point.
Both. Okay. So I guess
we
let's just
don't know
start.
what they have on their end specifically, Andrew, to be able to make that conclusion, but I can say that the FBI is covering and lying.
Okay, but that would mean they would be doing that for some purpose, right?
Yeah.
And is that purpose because they're engaging in covering up a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk?
Correct.
Does it also stand to reason, if that is the case, that they're likely working with TPUSA to do that?
I think after the fact. So yes, it doesn't mean that they were working with them before, but after the fact, yes.
Okay. So what I'm looking for then would be the evidences that you think would be compelling that we can go through so that we can make a determination that the FBI has been working with TPUSA to cover up the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
Okay, let's go through it.
Okay. I mean, let's start with the fact that they came in and snagged all the video footage and then only released snippets to fit their narrative.
Well, I
Wow.
mean, it's very common that wouldn't you expect law enforcement to swoop up all of the video footage and then release
Yeah.
very little of it if they're
Yeah, I
in the
don't think
middle
it's
of an
ever going to happen.
investigation?
Duke.
There would be no reason to show the 3 seconds after the shot was taken place to then not show the 15 to 20 seconds before the shot was taken.
Well, I mean,
Zero.
you don't actually know that there's no reason for that. You're just speculating that you can't.
It's not a
Hang on.
speculation.
That
Like,
you
why would you
can't-
cut the video at that specific
Yeah.
moment?
That you can't think of a good reason doesn't mean that there
Well,
isn't.
can you give me a
Can
good
you just
reason?
chill out, bro, so I can at least respond? So you saying that you can't think of a good reason why it is that the FBI wouldn't release this footage right now to the public or immediately to the public that is not evidence of any kind that they're engaging in a cover-up conspiracy. That's what that is you saying, hey, there's something here that I don't understand why it happened. That's it. That's not any evidence of any sort of cover-up.
The FBI has made the statement that he got on top of the Losi building with a disassembled rifle, assembled the rifle, and then took the shot, then disassembled the rifle, then jumped off of the building.
Okay.
So you've made a statement with zero evidence to the contrary, or proving that. So explain to me why you would make such a detailed statement.
Objection erroneous.
Such as that.
Yeah,
Objection
so,
retarded.
First of all, this case is out of the FBI's hands now, correct?
I don't believe that at all. That's just for that's all smoke and mirrors. I believe the FBI is literally behind the curtain on this.
Okay, what's your evidence for that?
They're pulling. Are you kidding me?
No.
There is no reason why I would trust anything that the FBI would say at this point. You can't give me any reason.
He asked what the
so your
proof
evidence
was.
is that your evidence that they're involved in a conspiracy is that you don't trust them?
When your kid is a pathological liar and lies to you at every single question that you've ever asked him in the last 10, 15 years, you don't. Hello? I don't know why I was muted.
I was muted also, so don't feel bad.
Yeah, that was our greatest ally because I didn't mute anybody.
My point is if you have a pathological liar,
yeah.
If you have a pathological liar, such as your son, you don't start the belief at the point of where you've questioned him about a certain incident. You can't give me a reason why I would trust the FBI at this point.
I'm not trying to.
When we know that they've lied about COVID.
Yeah, I'm not
they've
trying
lied
to
about
give you.
Six,
hang on.
They've lied about the
man.
fact
Calm
that
down.
a 30-06 could take out someone's neck.
Oh Lord, calm down. Let's go through this.
Objection. On what grounds? They're fucking retarded, Your Honor.
One claim at a time. So I'm not asking you.
He doesn't need to calm down. I'm just. You don't need to say that. He can be angry about the FBI literally lying. That's not something to be calm about. Anyways, proceed.
I'm being lied to by my government at every fucking turn, and you're telling me what's my proof?
Yeah.
That the FBI is lying, and they've
that's not what I asked you.
We can go back to JFK.
No.
We can go back to
you're lying. Now
the
you
MK
are
Ultra
lying.
files.
Now you're lying. You're lying right now. I didn't ask you for proof that the FBI was lying. Don't bullshit. I asked you for proof that they're involved in a cover-up with TPUSA to kill Charlie Kirk, and that you said that they're still involved right this second behind the scenes, running things with local law enforcement in that area. And I'm asking you for specific evidence of that. And you said that your evidence of that is that you just don't trust them. Do you have any evidence that I can see other than trust me? Trust me, bro. Yeah,
Well,
maybe I don't
okay,
trust the
well,
FBI, but I don't trust.
Here's the reason why I don't trust.
Done. I don't trust you either. So I would like for you, guy I don't trust, saying that agency that I don't need to trust is actually doing this. So what is it? What's the evidence for that?
My evidence is in the last year, up until Charlie Kirk's assassination, we had 3 high-profile assassination attempts: 2 on Trump, 1 on Charlie, 1 was successful. Okay, we've gotten 0 answers. We all know that the Thomas Crooks thing is 100% bullshit. Like, you're basically asking me what my proof is when I'm watching a pathological liar continually lie to me, and then not providing any evidence to the claims that they've made that a 30-06 was used to shoot this man in the neck, reassembled or disassembled, assembled on the roof, then disassembled, and then he jumped off the roof, hid it in the woods that no one could find, and that the FBI somehow
I fixed it.
the bomb sniffing dogs came by, no one bomb sniffing dog, and the FBI shows up, and then this gun magically appears and it's assembled again. So he disassembled it before he got on the roof, shoved it in his pants, assembled it on the roof, took the shot, disassembled it within 3 seconds, shoved it back.
I hate Governor Cox for this. I hate that idiot. Because of that moron, we've had to hear this bull crap for 9 months because of that stupid idiot governor.
Back in his backpack or down his pants, jumped off a building, then reassembled it in the woods, and then bomb sniffing dogs that are able to smell the cordite from the rifle barrel somehow missed it multiple times in the woods, and then the FBI shows up and this rifle somehow magically appears. Explain it to me, because this is the FBI narrative, and I'm somehow just supposed to just, believe the FBI, who has lied about everything in the last 60 years. And what's the difference
I know, I seen
between a conspiracy and the truth? It seems to be about 6 months to a year now.
All right.
So
Can I respond now?
Explain to me why
Am I allowed to
go
respond
along
now,
with this
or am I
narrative.
just going to have to sit here and listen to you fucking ramble for the rest of my life?
Okay. Dude, I haven't belittled you. I'm just stating facts.
I didn't belittle you either. I said you're rambling.
You're using cuss words towards me.
I said
We're not
fucking
gonna have
rambling.
a
What?
Oh, my
What?
feelings
Best,
are
How's
hurt.
that
best,
belittling?
calm down.
Like,
Calm down, Beth.
What?
this is what
Calm
he
down.
does to everyone.
I
He
said fucking
belittled them.
rambling. What do you mean? What? How's that
All right,
belittling?
Andrew, come on, bro. You got bodied just now. You got bodied. Let's go.
Oh,
Back to
I
the
got bodied. Okay, great. So anyway, I'm still waiting for that evidence that the FBI is currently behind the scenes working to with TPUSA to cover
They
up the
don't
murder.
have to be in a
Dude, you gotta let
an
me at
ongoing
least
conspiracy.
ask the question, dude. Can I at least ask the question before? I just gave you the whole floor. You went through all the things about the case that you don't like and that you have problems with. Things that you don't even have access to yet. You haven't seen the totality of the evidence because the state hasn't
So
presented.
I'm supposed to wait?
Dude, you have to let me finish. I didn't interrupt you at all. Okay? So anyway, all you're saying is there's evidences here that I disagree with. Great. But that wasn't the claim. And that's what you guys do all the time. You obfuscate away from the claims that you make. What I'm looking for specifically from you is the evidence that the FBI is currently working with TPUSA to cover up the murder of Charlie Kirk. That was the claim. You're instead going through claims about things that you don't believe from the official FBI narrative when it comes to Tyler Robinson. Great. I'm not even asking you to believe those things. I'm asking you to provide or demonstrate evidences that there's a conspiracy between the FBI and TPUSA to cover up the murder of Charlie Kirk. That's what I'm asking for.
Not one person at TPUSA that is currently working there has called bullshit on the
Yes.
FBI's narrative.
That's their evidence. Candace
That's
said
not
so.
proof, dude, of anything. How's that proof that there's a fucking conspiracy? How's that proof?
You don't have to be working hand in hand for there to actually be a conspiracy.
So they're unknowingly. Unknowingly they're doing it, or knowingly?
I don't have that specific evidence, that key, that cornerstone that you're looking for. But what I do know is watching all the lies that
I can
Erica
see your
has put
comment.
forth, all the lies that
Hmm.
Cabot Phillips has put forth, all the lies that Frank Turk has put forth, all the lies that Brian Harple has put forth, once you have a insurmountable pile of evidence of lies
No, they don't.
that they have
Clearly, they don't.
told the public,
Yeah.
at what point do you just say, you know what? Holy shit, an investigation into TPUSA and the FBI needs to be conducted, because the
When
amount
you
of
have
lies
evidence
coming out
of
of both
when you have
fucking
some
camps.
evidence, when you have some actual evidence of
What do
wrongdoing
you
and
mean
conspiracy,
evidence?
evidence of wrongdoing and conspiracy.
What do you mean evidence? What is this thing you speak of? What do you mean?
Tyler Boyer, you have the
Great.
lies
They're all
from
liars. I
Erica.
get it. They're all fucking liars. Where's the evidence of a conspiracy? What is it?
If you're asking me to produce a Discord chat like the fake one that they fucking pulled up on Tyler Robinson of between the FBI and TPUSA, nobody, I don't have it. But
Then
I don't
stop
need to
making
see a
claims about
continual
it.
pattern
Stop
of
making claims
lies
about it
to
then.
know that it's bullshit.
You don't have any evidence. You just speak talking out of your ass, bro. You just say these people
I'm
are
not
liars. Here's your whole argument. These people are liars, so therefore I don't believe them. Therefore there must be a conspiracy between them. That's it. That's your whole fucking argument.
If you're investigating a
No,
murder,
how
if
is that
you
not
are a
your
police
argument, bro?
officer,
How's that not your argument?
no, bro, listen, if you're
No, you
investigating
listen.
a
How is
murder
that not
and they're
your argument?
constantly lying to you
Uh-huh.
across the board,
Uh-huh.
when do you say, like, why? There has to be a reason why behind all the lies. It's not one pathological liar.
Hey, Beth, take a break because I got a hand up. Oh,
I'm
Carl.
sorry. Okay.
And you're fine. You're right. It does lies are reasonable suspicion in any normal
It's a
in
constant
normal
pattern of lies. When
universe.
do you investigate?
Yeah. You do investigate reasonable when there's lies, especially by the widow. You always investigate that and look into things. There's
Well,
reasonable
that's the other
suspicion.
thing.
Yeah,
Like,
you're exactly
no matter
right.
how you look at the metrics, like supposedly, 30% of murders are perpetrated.
I don't know who this is. He on X, his handle is Best of Gentiles. No idea who it is.
He knows that. He knows that. Hold on.
Okay, so why are we not?
Oh, Carl, Beth.
Why are we
Dude,
up in
chill
arms
out,
because
chill
she's
out.
a widow?
I get it. I'm mad too. I get
Because
it.
most public assassinations are not orchestrated by the widow. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Oh,
but
I'm
basically
sorry. Well,
none of them.
Most
Basically
public
none of them.
assassinations aren't handled by a widow that has like the most shadiest of fucking backgrounds.
Yeah, but how does that?
No, most of them are orchestrated by the government.
Do you understand what you just said? Like you just got done saying that. Hey, don't you know that most murders happen by the family members closest? Like, yeah, sure, I can concede that that's true. It has no bearing at all. Public assassinations are not done that way. In fact.
Yeah, most of those are done by the government. So
some are done by the government.
No, per capita, it's going to be the government. You'd look at the government. Go ahead,
Okay,
Carl.
which ones?
You're up,
Which ones, bro? Name them.
Hey, okay, so
which country? Which country do you want?
Let's start with Japan.
Name a country.
Let's start with Japan.
All right, I'll look it up. Okay, Carl, go.
Hey, Andrew. Do you think that the other Andrew Colvett, was telling the truth when he said that the surgeon told him that the bullet ricocheted off of him and he had Superman-like bone structure?
Let's say that I believe that he's lying through his teeth. That phone call never happened for the sake of argument. And you tie this into a conspiracy for the cover-up or
why would he lie
Charlie
about
Kirk.
that?
I don't know. Maybe he was having a fucking I want to lie today day. I don't know. I have no idea. Who cares?
Well, then,
can you tie it into, for the love of all that is good, a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk? Please.
A pattern of lies. They created an AI video. They created an AI video to say that Charlie was going to hand off his CEO position to his wife, Erica Kirk, who was not affiliated with the organization whatsoever. I feel it was highly irregular, and I think most should, that there was no board meeting, no nothing. She was just appointed as the CEO. And then the executives on the board actually lied and created a video to say that here's the proof of Charlie saying Erica is the CEO. and then
Those
they went
fucking
back
those
on it.
rascals. Can you show me the evidence that they engaged in a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk, please?
Absolutely not. But that's evidence
Absolutely
enough to
not.
show that there needs to be questions asked among these people, especially the people closest to him, especially when they are,
So no
they're
evidence
going
at
out of their
all
way,
of any
going out of their
conspiracy.
way to lie to
No
the public.
evidence. So no evidence at all of any
Why
conspiracy.
are they lying to the
So
public?
no evidence at all of any conspiracy to murder Charlie
Of
Kirk.
course, I'm not.
All right, so I'm a member on Crucible, and I sent him a $20 super chat. Now I feel okay pulling his stream up.
How can we have any evidence?
You don't trust the
prosecutors
FBI.
Now I feel
haven't
better about it.
released any evidence.
What do you mean?
The
Why do you
evidence we
trust
have,
them? Why do you trust
the
them?
evidence that we have is that apparently his parents saw a picture of him and a picture of a gun that was not the actual gun that apparently was used in the shooting, and that was enough for his parents to ID him and enough to basically pin him as that's the evidence that they have that he was the man that shot.
Can you tell me what the prompt is, bro? Can you just tell me? What is the prompt?
There's enough evidence that they're not looking anywhere outside of Tyler.
Can you tell me what the prompt is?
What the prompt is?
Yeah, for this debate. What is the prompt?
See, because
can you tell me what the prompt for the debate is, bro?
You're trying to box
All right.
in.
Oh, Carl,
this.
calm
Yeah,
down.
I'm boxing
Blake, go
you
ahead.
in. Yes, that's
He's
true.
boxing
You're
this
right.
in
I
so
am
that
boxing
you
you
can
in.
argue
You're 100%
semantics.
right. I am
Okay,
you're
you're a
boxing you in.
bitch,
You're
bro.
right.
You're a
Bro,
bitch.
dude. Oh, Carl, calm down, dude. Andrew, Blake's back. Blake, what's up?
Yeah, sorry about that. I had a 2-year-old shit in my pool. Had to go
that's
shock it. And,
super gross.
Yeah, dude. Like literally.
Well, look,
it
guys,
was
I
not
got
fun.
what time is it? It's 8:30. What have we been at this for? What 2 hours roughly?
I don't know, but you had these people waiting an hour, dude. You're late. Listen.
Yeah, but so
wait
what?
for
I still
Blake.
I'll be quick.
hang on. I still participated for
Yeah,
2
but so
hours, and I have
what?
other things I got to get to this evening. I was happy to pop on, but I was in here for
That's
2
fair.
hours.
That's
We were
fair.
going
That's
at it.
fair.
I think that
Can I go one? Can I
Go watch some fireworks. Have a great time.
ask just one question?
Happy
I don't
4th,
have
everybody.
time, man. But we can do another space next week if you guys want to. Do you want to do a different? We can have a different.
How'd it go
prompt
from
even.
tomorrow to next week, dude? What the fuck?
Because
All right, it's
tomorrow I
fine.
have to do a TikTok invasion. This weekend I got a fucking debate. So do you want me to come back or not come back? You tell me.
All right.
Can I set something up
I
with
think
you,
you should
Andrew?
come back.
Yeah, I'll come over and if we set up a specific prompt, sure.
I'll be in your DMs.
Okay. Thanks, man. I appreciate the space. It was very kind of you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, I guess we'll see what he has to say.
All right,
Hey,
I keep
Andrew,
it
you
open.
real dude. Andrew, you real dude. Peace out. You're cool, dude.
Oh Jesus, dude. So I'll keep it open. Because a lot of people, there's a shitload of mics coming. I didn't have enough space, and some people weren't talking, and yeah. So I'm trying to improve them.
I expected so much more.
And some people weren't talking, and yeah. So I'm trying to improve them.
The fuck do I leave this space?
Well, I would say first of all, you
How
can't
do I
start
leave
a
this
debate
fucking
where
space?
the topic's so boxed in that he's going to.
There we go. Can't box us in. Can't fucking box us in by asking us to provide actual evidence for our claims and not let us spurg out about tangential shit that's completely irrelevant. Just imagine conceding every single fucking argument and then asking them if any of that is actual evidence of a conspiracy.
I just expected some better arguments. I don't know. It's not what I was expecting at all. Yes, very anticlimactic. It was terrible.
I don't need to actually do that much. Honestly, this is probably one of the easier campaigns that the Crucible has ever done. These people are really fucking stupid. And the more they talk, the dumber they sound. And giving to the point where they said it's bad faith that I stuck to the prompt. How's it bad faith to stick to the promise? Bad faith. You're boxing us in. Yeah, boxing you into your own views that you won't admit. You fucking you fuckers. Ask Stu Peters and his fans. Sorry, and his fans about the J-proof coin scam. I don't care. Stu Peters is never going to do a debate. He'd get annihilated as bad as these people. I feel like these people should pay us to listen to this fucking drivel, but here's 20 for having to talk to them. It's so bad, dude. These people are fucking, it's just terrible. It's fucking terrible.
He doesn't really have to. What's he have to say?
It's just crazy. Still not evidence of it. No evidence. They didn't give me any evidence at all of anything, actually. My feels is a total evidence. Then the evidence they did give me was fake as fuck. My feels is total evidence. Here's your money. Thank you. I appreciate that.
It would appear that way.
Good God.
I agree. Stu Peters sucks.
How dare you debate during a debate? I don't know. You're winning. That's bad faith. I know. It's crazy. Still no rock hard evidence. My God, Andrew, you're doing the Lord's work. Keep it up. I'm doing the best I can with what I got, bro. Now fill up my dono bar so we can do an invasion tomorrow. I want to do a TikTok invasion to get to a different sect of lunatics for a little while. I want to do a TikTok invasion tomorrow. So let's do that. Give me my money and my dono bar.
Guys, I've just been in spaces with people who I don't know if it's just Andrew, like if they're just so terrified of Andrew, or, I mean, let's face it, man's got aura, right? But I don't know if it's that or what it is. Like the ones who seem to sound like they have like decent points to talk about are just too afraid to talk about them. I don't know, but that sucked. That was terrible. There wasn't a decent, coherent argument by anybody in that space.
Some of them are like, you need to retroactively prosecute women. Some of them say that you don't. So let me make sure that I get the position correct.
It's got to be that. I don't know what else it would be.
Does that just mean that you want to abolish abortion? Because if that's the case, that would be great. But I think something else is meant by that. So I don't know. Maybe give me your view. You don't even have to give me another super chat. Just give me the actual view so that I know I get it right. FBI are lying, and that's my evidence. Yep, I think that they're lying, and so therefore my evidence. Another win. Here's some booze money. You earned it. Cheers. I need a shot so bad after that. I need one so bad. Another, yeah, exactly. Thank you for the money. I appreciate it. This generation makes me appreciate the little knowledge gained from the People's Court. Yeah. It's just fucking crazy. Don't weep for the stupid or you'll be crying all day. Father Alexander Anderson. That's a good quote.
Yeah, I don't know. I hear you, CJ. I get it. I get it, dude. I can't even think clearly after listening to that. Like my brain is shot. I don't even know what I just heard. What did I just hear? I mean, if you go and like, I'll just bring him up since he was in chat. Like if you go and watch Real Bays and Gary, like that's what I was expecting. I was expecting something that sounds like somewhat of an argument. There's nothing. Do you believe there was a conspiracy to unalive Charlie Kirk? They couldn't even answer that question. They just circled all the way around that for 15, 20 minutes. I don't even think that ever got answered, did it? Do you believe There was a conspiracy to unalive Charlie Kirk. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by conspiracy? I could not believe that happened. Couldn't believe that happened. Yeah. What do you mean evidence? What's your evidence? What do you mean evidence? So you don't know the definition of conspiracy and you don't know the definition of evidence. Gotcha. Good to know. What do you mean conspiracy? What do you mean? I was hoping for so much more, or at least maybe more heated discussion, if anything. Just some more back and forth, aggressive back and forth. At the very least, we didn't even get that. Didn't even need to. Sorry, I'm exhausted by that, but I'm wondering who they want to investigate. Erica and TPUSA? The FBI that they don't trust? Yes, there's so many contradictions with their arguments. They need to be arrested and investigated. Yes. Yeah, it's a great point. By who? The people that you say are in on the cover up with them? They're all in on it. They're all covering it up. They paved over the crime scene. Paved over the crime scene. You don't think they could have just covered it up and they wouldn't have need to lay pavers down? But Candace made that point again. I think they're covering up explosives. What? You think they needed to lay pavers down to cover up explosive residue? It's just no common sense at all with most of this stuff. Candace is going down. Just wait. I'm assuming you mean like the lawsuits. Yeah, they're probably not going to go well for her. Best I can do is 2 hours of schizo babble. Like, what a bummer. Blake ran because he's an idiot. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he did have a 2-year-old crap in his pool. Tough to, I don't think Blake is afraid to talk to anybody. I think Blake will go. Oh, are you talking about, is that Matt Tardio we're talking about here? Hotbox Slayer? He's a special forces demolitions expert and destroys John Bray in the microphone theory. It didn't even, or there was somebody else too that I think came out and apparently did some pretty good work tearing that stupid theory apart. But you don't even need that to look at what happened on 9/10 and go, yeah, that doesn't track. Absolutely insane.
We've had moved into logic.
All right, guys, I will be right back.
Have not changed.
Real
We're
quick.
going to do the exact same thing, publicly stated. To me, it's just another group of lunatics. Those are the idiots that were demanding the autopsy be released publicly like they were going to crack the case. Morons. I don't have the patience. Yeah, understand. I generated a pic of you as a Revolver Ocelot from Snake Eater after watching your last debate with David Wood. Revolver Wilcelot. I don't like that character, honestly. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. I don't know why everybody liked Revolver Ocelot. Is it just a very lame character? Any possibility you join Alex Rosen for a Predator Poacher's catch? I'm not getting involved in none of that shit, man. No way. I'm glad he's doing it. Support his work. I'm not fucking getting involved in that crazy shit. That's a whole other crazy world, and I don't want anything to do with it. I've talked with Alex Rosen in person. We were on Alex Stein together. Very nice guy. Says he likes me quite a bit, likes my content. Great. But the stories that I've heard from that guy is like, that's a fucking nightmare. I know TPUSA did it. I don't know how, but I know the whole was a bunch of.
You know, it really does make sense why Baron Coleman is trying to avoid doing this. If you think about it, right? Because there's times where Baron Coleman will be talking. He was like, what are we going to do? Debate the evidence? We don't have any evidence. There is no evidence. But then he'll do a live stream and he'll talk about, and he'll use the word exactly, all the evidence that we have to show that Tyler Robinson couldn't have done it. This is the evidence that we have. Andrew would just do this exact same thing. He would let Baron make some type of claim, and then he would just say, okay, great, where is your evidence of that? And Baron wouldn't be able to provide any. Wouldn't be able to do it. What's your evidence? My vibes, bro. These pictures right here. See these pictures? See these little shards on the floor that we cannot absolutely 100% identify? That's my evidence of conspiracy. Oh, you guys are talking about the chat. To be fair, like, I don't know if you guys went in. Baze was kind of getting eaten up by his own chat a little bit. It's just that side. You know what I mean? Granted, we've got some on this side that can get pretty aggressive, that are pretty tribal. You know what I mean? I've seen it. I've gotten the DMs. But like that side, like if you veer even just a little bit off of their narrative, like they just tear you apart. It's like one comment, I went in and looked at Bay's comments on his live stream that he did with Gary. And like the comment is like, this is going to be terrible for your channel. It's like having a discussion with somebody you disagree with is going to be bad for your channel. Like, you people are nuts. How dare he talk to somebody that he disagrees with in a civil manner? Like, oh, you've gone too far. You've crossed the line. We can't support you anymore. What? These bubble people are gross. Lace, the difference was between the two. Oh, for sure. No, I get what you're saying. I totally get it. I totally get it. And yes, that's what I'm saying. They are solid anti anything they don't want to hear. Like a lot of them. I would say it's a much higher percentage of that type of attitude on that side of things than there is anywhere else that I've seen, to be honest. On any other topic. It's insane. It is. It's not healthy. It's not healthy at all. Like today's X Space, yeah. Hold on, there's a question here. Keishay Bronson, didn't they have some video of Tyler walking with a limp and weird gait because the gun was assembled down his pants? No, they have. So they have video. They have him on camera a couple of times walking with a limp. They're going to have him on video walking down that whole corridor tunnel area. They're probably going to have him on camera. I forget where the staircase is that goes up to the roof. They're going to have him walking in front of that building. He's more than likely, since they found a screwdriver, the only reason that he would have a screwdriver that would have gotten left behind somewhere is because there's 2 screws that remove the stock from the rest of the rifle. So more than likely he had those separated so he could fit them down his pants more comfortably as opposed to just a relatively long one-piece rifle. So he's got it broke down into two pieces, which is going to shorten it up a little bit. And then when he gets on top of the roof, that's probably where he takes the screwdriver and then attaches the stock back to the rest of the rifle. But after the shot's done, with the only thing that I recall that I could find that ever said anything about the rifle being disassembled was Governor Cox. And I think he's just an idiot and misspoke. And he should have never given that press conference to inform the public of what was going on. That should have been done by whoever the lead investigative authority was, not Governor Cox for his stupid political brownie points. Hey, S-Files. If you just got here, you missed it. But if you plan on rewatching this and you drink, start now. Sadly, Charlie's tragedy became a cash cow and his family harassment instead of unity for our communities and get closer to God. This week, they might start to attack his parents and sister. Oh, they're all supposed to be there, aren't they? Is that open to the public? Like, are people like Elizabeth Lane and these other people going to be able to attend that? They are going to. I can't imagine how that's going to go. Bro is parkouring all over a rooftop. Well, the limp was before. He was limping before he got to the rooftop. He wasn't really limping afterwards because he didn't have anything shoved down his pants anymore. He was carrying it wrapped in a towel. Yes, I heard lots of ex people are going. I'm not sure how that works. I don't know how big that courtroom is. But I can't imagine, like, you know what I mean? There's going to be a capacity, I would think. So we'll see. We'll see, I guess. I couldn't imagine going to that. That's going to be such a shit show. Yep. Read my mind. Yep. A shit show. Agreed. I'm thinking, I don't know if I'm going to live stream all of it, but I want to live stream some of it. But it's also going to be tough because when you have somebody like an Andrea Burkhart, like she's going to be way more informal when it comes to that and what's going on. Maybe I could just grab her stream. We'll see. I don't like doing that. I don't like while they're streaming, I don't like taking other, you know what I mean? I kind of feel like doing a reaction video after the fact, like once they've got and they're done and whatever. Then it's, granted, I think it might all fall under fair use, but I don't like doing that if I don't have to. Yeah, tons of LawTube will be covering it. Absolutely. Of course, when it comes to like that like kind of OG LawTube crew, the only one I really like watching anymore is Andrea. Which is weird because I wasn't even all like I didn't really care for Andrea. It's not like I didn't like her, but like at that point in time, before Rekieta went and did whatever he was doing, it was Rekieta I would listen to. Good Logic, he was all right. He's a little he's a little too Jewy. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He's got that kind of extra Jewy sauce to him, but it's all right. I can. I like Rekieta. I mean, I haven't. I've watched a few of his streams since he's kind of been back regularly now. And I mean, he's still Rekieta. He's still, but he was, whoo, that was a crazy crash out to watch. That was crazy. I felt so bad for the dude because yeah, I mean, I get it. I know where those life choices can lead. Oh, is Ben back in the chat? Yeah. Yeah, it sucked, Ben. It sucked. I mean, I get maybe it was entertaining just because of like how bad it was, how awful their arguments were, or the lack thereof. Ben, do not watch this. Do not watch it, Ben. Not all the time. I've been in some pretty good ones. I still haven't listened to the first one that Andrew was in with Gary. But I have to imagine that X Spaces was better than this one. I told them on X, this is effing retarded and they should be embarrassed. They should be. They should be incredibly embarrassed. The first X Spaces was much better. I believe it. I'm not surprised in the slightest. Not even a little bit. I bet people will have to get there super early for the hearing. I would assume so. I'm sure you'll have some crazies camping out like 2 days in advance or something. What was Gary's live tonight on? I don't even remember. Was it good? That's questions for Ben, by the way. I'm wondering if Candace will be going since she's on vacation or if she's been told to not to fly due to baby. You're wondering if Candace is going to go to the court hearings? That would be crazy. I can't imagine she's going to go to those. Yeah, I think Erica is supposed to be going to those too, if I recall. I think I heard that. Our House 24, if people camped out for the Carmelo Anthony trial, they'll undoubtedly camp out for this. 100%. Yeah, without question. Wait for the posters saying Team Tyler. Free Tyler. Free Tyler Robinson. Candace isn't going. I can't imagine she would go to that. Yeah, she'd either show up like way too early or way too late. Can't figure out time zones. Lace, I'm wondering if the defense possibly got in touch with her. They acted like they didn't want to, but crazier things have happened. There's no way. There is no way that the defense has been in contact with Candace Owens. These aren't stupid people. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about Robinson's lawyers. These aren't stupid people. Shay, I wonder what Sean Ryan really came away thinking about her, because I guarantee that he caught her lying a bunch. Yes, Erica and Charlie's family will be there. Yeah. There were in the hour and 15 minutes of it that I watched, there were a few little moments where I was like, I don't think it seemed like he was holding his tongue back a little bit. And I don't know. I don't know if Sean even gives a shit. Sean doesn't trust the government, right? He's kind of jumped onto the bandwagon where it's everything's Israel, right? What does he care? Gonna have Candace on. He knows it's gonna get him a shit ton of views. What does he care? Why bother pushing back on Candace? You know what I'm saying? What's he give a shit, really, in the scheme of things? He's making millions. What does he care? Bronson, you freaking Zio. Don't make me say shill, man. I almost just choked. You Zio shill. Everyone knows that Charlie Kirk's microphone was working for Israel. This isn't even a question. It's been confirmed as a fact. Candace won't go to any court hearings. She doesn't do real reporting, just podcasts. She doesn't do shit. She just makes stuff up. Allegedly. Plus or minus 3 days. Gary had Janae, whatever that name is, on talking about Candace's mental disorders. I just think she's possessed by Legion, though. I don't know, man. I don't know if Candace has mental disorders. I think she just cares about influence, power and influence. So maybe there's a mental disorder that falls under, but I think that's kind of fairly common. Anyway, which wouldn't mean that it's not a mental disorder. So very well could be. Tremmy dirt bike went to the Quality Leering Center. I think dirt bike went to the Quality Stiff Drink Center. And I can't say that I blame him after listening to that shit show. Adderall psychosis. Seeing shadow people just twack to the gills. She's a malignant narcissist. I mean, she definitely is all about herself. That's for sure. She clearly doesn't care who she screws over to get where she wants to be. I'd pair tonight's viewing with an old fashioned. I would just, I wouldn't even bother mixing the drink. I would just grab whatever bottle you have closest to you and just start slamming her down. That's how bad that was. Man, I thought the first X Base was bad. This one is that much worse? Dang. Well, I don't know. I haven't listened to the first one yet. But I can't imagine that that one was worse than this one. Almost kind of, they're going to do, you know, if Blake Bednar's hosts in X Space with Andrew Wilson, I'll probably listen to that one. I don't know if I'll do an Uncle Tom one again. Blake, like, say what you want about Blake. I feel like he would do a better job hosting an X Space with Andrew than Uncle Tom would. In my personal opinion. Because that sucked. So if Blake does one, I'll probably try to. I think I'll also be able to get in and talk a little bit more if Blake is hosting one. I couldn't even press on a question to try to get an answer before I got muted. I don't think that would happen in a Blake one. But if Uncle Tom does another one, I don't know if I'll live stream it. I don't think maybe I'll just listen to it maybe or something. Maybe. Shay, I'm exhausted from the shit show earlier. I've got to call it a night. Great. Yeah, I'm almost done here. You're not going to miss anything. Have a good night. Have a good night. All right, guys. You know what? I think that's, what a letdown. What a letdown. What a letdown. They can't all be good, I guess. They can't all be good. But you guys have a great night. Everybody who sent in a super chat, super grateful. Super grateful. I really appreciate it. Everybody else that chimed in, shared their thoughts. It's always good having you guys. Makes this way more fun when there's people to talk to, as opposed to just me basically sitting in a room and talking to a wall. So, thank you guys for hanging out. We will catch you in the next one.